Please welcome our MC to the stage, Near Foundation's Clemens Scherf.
Hello, hello. Welcome everyone to day one of NEARCON 2023, and we're here at the Block Zero stage where you'll be hearing about all things Web3 technology and really hear from the technologists at the forefront of building the open web. Yeah, it's been a while that we've now had this journey within Near. You know, we started out first as an AI company that then moved on to become a layer 1 protocol. And then we moved towards the blockchain operating system, and we're now the open web stack. So throughout the next 2 days, you'll be hearing from various speakers as they dive into various solutions and applications that they use leveraging the open web stack and are teaching you how to do the same. So for this, I think we will be starting off with, a talk from Sarah on user experience on Near. And with that, I would like to, ask you to welcome Sarah Mills to the stage.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Mills, and I lead design and research at Pagoda. And although I joined this glorious Near ecosystem about 6 months ago, I've been doing product design in blockchain/Web3 since about 2016. And in that time, I've noticed something I consider a bit of a misconception in Web3, not just Near. And that's the perception that there is a great crypto UX failure of usability. People think that the biggest issues are onboarding or non-human readable addresses or friction in general. Users aren't flocking to an app or a platform, and it's because the UX is bad, and people say that the lack of usability is what is hindering adoption. So what I want to explain today is first, UX does not equal usability. It is much, much more than that. And the second, while sure, usability can always be improved, it's not the blocker. That the real great crypto UX failure is actually a failure to address two things specifically: user motivation and user awareness. So I want to back up for a second, because in order to clearly make this argument and justify the title of my talk, I need to make sure that we are on the same page about some words, the first being user experience. So I've titled this talk, Let's Talk About Our Feelings, not because I want to be as off-putting as possible, but because feelings are literally what we're talking about when we talk about user experience. Feelings are how brains interpret the world around them. And I think now that with all the studies that have been done with social media, you're probably aware of that little dopamine hit you get when you click on a notification, or you probably notice the adrenaline when you go check to see how the market's doing. But maybe you also notice the subtler feelings when you see a progress bar, or the little ding noise when you complete a task, right? Do you notice what makes you feel that something is trustworthy or scammy? So my first point is that an experience is not defined in the amount of boxes and pixels on a screen. And I think before a person can really talk in terms of how somebody else might experience something, they have to have an awareness of how they themselves are experiencing it. So step one is to notice your own feelings. What motivates you? What incentives are there in your daily life? When do you find yourself avoiding using something? What gives you feelings of confidence? So the next point I want to make is that people make decisions based on feelings. It's groundbreaking. Users of apps and products and tools have a choice of what feelings, what experience they prefer or want to have. They have a choice to try a product, a choice to use it, and a choice to keep using it. Is this going to be easier than what I'm doing now? Am I going to find what I'm looking for? Is this going to solve my problem? Is this going to make me feel stupid? So then the next point I have is that users and developers will choose desirable things. They will pick a good experience or what they perceive will be a good experience. And, all right, that makes sense, right? That's not, you know. So all we have to do to get to 1 billion users is just be desirable, piece of cake. I also want to point out that there are obviously other ways of winning the market. If you Google it, you'll probably see the 4 Ps of marketing: product, price, place, and promotion. And basically just being cheaper, being first, whatever. We're focused on the product P of winning a market today. So you might be familiar with this Venn diagram, but this is basically the forces at play for a product. Is it viable? Is this business model sustainable? Feasibility would be how realistically can we make it happen? Do we have the resources, the skills, the time? And then the one I'm talking about today, desirability. Do people want it? Does it resolve their problems? Does the intended audience see the value? So now let's talk about the harder part. How in the hell do we ensure something is desirable? I'm so glad you asked, because that's what I want to tell you about. I want to empower all of you, no matter what you're building, to see the adoption that you want, that we all want, because you've made something desirable. So now that we've established that feelings drive choice and are a path to winning in the market, the rest of what I want to say to you today: users have a choice, we've got that, check. If we're going to win when users make that choice, first we need to talk about usability, and then why usability alone does not make something desirable, and then what will make something desirable enough to win, with some practical approaches sprinkled in, because I can't help myself. So I'm probably going to go really quickly, but just know that I'm super happy to talk about it later. So let's talk about what's working on our path to desirability. When I started working on this talk, I asked Bo and Wang about the early days of Near. And from what he shared and other stories that I'd heard, I could understand how the UX considerations of both developers and end users were baked in from the very start. They specifically made hard trade-off decisions in favor of users and developers, and there was always a desire to make things easy. And the word easy comes up a lot historically with Near. So this is roughly 4 years ago. Alex gave a talk where he had a slide about how Near wins. And it's by competing on current Web 2 developer and end user experiences. And Near has certainly delivered on a lot of that. The other part is that Alex is establishing a benchmark for the experience needed to fulfill Near's mission. It needs to have parity with the current Web 2 level of easiness. And I want to call this out because this is the addressable market I'm speaking about. A lot of us, including myself here, make things for people that are already in the Web3 ecosystem. But to get to 1 billion users, we have to look outside this community and we have to compete with Web 2 user experience. So let's just quickly go over usability. So far, Near is doing a pretty good job. I have included Nielsen's 10 usability heuristics for user interfaces. They have not changed since 1994. And they are usually a safe bet when you're evaluating the usability of something. And usability is usually just error prevention, learnability, indicating to the user what is happening, being consistent. Years ago, back in like 2017, 2018, the UX of literally everything in crypto was still pretty awful. These are actually screenshots I used from my first presentations about fixing usability. And the issues were systemic. Even though I have this screenshot at the bottom, with some comments made during user research, it really wasn't just MetaMask by a long shot. And people would put up with it, at least really motivated people. Fast forward to today, fast forward, puns. You have a lot more product maturity in this space. Things are a lot more usable. And I think FastAuth is a great example of competing on usability for new to Web3 users that are trying to onboard. It's a way for them to quickly create accounts for any website or app that integrates with the blockchain operating system. It lets them get started right away without crypto. It just uses biometrics, phone prompts, and an email address. And it's especially usable because there's a reduction in cognitive load. It uses familiar patterns. It keeps only to what is immediately relevant using progressive onboarding. It lets people get in the front door and see what's going on before they have to give up more things and engage further. Roughly the same number of steps and requests as a competitor like sign in with Google. Clear system status, it's interoperable. And lastly, because FastAuth uses the DIG design system, it's got accessibility baked in. And here's just some tactics for improving usability or measuring to make sure something is usable. But I think this is probably the most well understood aspect of desirability, and you've already probably know about this kind of stuff. It's just generally watching a few people complete a task without helping them, which is hard, and seeing how long it takes. Do they understand the words? I mention that because you'd be surprised at the outsized impact that words have on usability. And also you can look at your analytics. Where are the most errors and drop-offs? All right, let's talk about desirability. How are you going to know if what you're making is desirable to your users? Well, first we need to define it. So to help with this concept of desirability, at Pagoda, I use an exercise called Best Product Ever with our product team. And it combines an awareness of why you personally use things that I mentioned earlier, but ultimately gives you a way to quantify aspects of an experience and make them more concrete. So the directions are just think of the best product you have ever used in your entire life, and then describe why it's your favorite in just 4 words. And while it's meant to be an informative exercise, I think it's a good start to showing that there are more dimensions to what leads a customer to find a product or service valuable. So when you do the exercise, you'll see people use words like time saver, versatile, fast, high quality, simple. People love that word, to describe their favorite products. What we find is a lot of these words, though, can be grouped or affinity mapped into broader perspectives. And that's how we learn about what our personal desirability objectives are. This is also a really good starting point to empathize with the users of your app or product. And these groups, or like themes, give us the beginning of a way to evaluate an experience, something like to be considered desirable by our users, our product's experience must be detectable, usable, impactful, credible, or whatever your particular users need. So we can see that there's a lot more to being desirable than just being usable. Usability is table stakes. Just because you can use a hammer doesn't mean you will have a good experience trying to open a can of beans or brush your hair or transact on Near. So to get to 1 billion users, what parts of desirability are we missing? Like I mentioned before, usability is not the blocker. So I want to explain my thinking using something called the FOG behavior model. This behavior model shows that 3 elements must converge at the same moment for a behavior to occur: motivation, ability, and a prompt. When a user behavior does not occur, or any behavior, at least one of those 3 elements is missing. So I think the biggest takeaway is that just because people can do something does not mean they will do something. An example would be you want people to show up to your meeting. and you know they are in the office that day and they are capable of walking to the meeting room. And it's an important meeting about year-end bonuses, so you know that people are motivated to come to this meeting, right? They have the ability and they are motivated. But the time comes and they don't show up. It turns out you forgot the prompt, right? You never sent a meeting calendar invite. So what if we look at this from desirability perspective standpoint? Some of the perspectives from the exercise before, I think, line up quite nicely here. If we say the intended behavior is using our product or the Near platform, and that should happen if users have the motivation, ability, and a prompt at roughly the same time. So we can say the motivator for our users is that they believe that using our product or platform is going to solve a want or a need or a problem. If the product is usable, we can say that they have the ability to use the product. And we can say the prompt is like detectability or awareness, like it was created by a marketing effort or coming up in a search. So the part I feel we need to work on as the Near ecosystem on the whole is that if we want the desired behavior, the adoption of our platform and use of our products, it's not the ability or usability part that we're missing, but it's the motivation or the impactfulness, how well we're solving the problem, and then prompts, the awareness or detectability. All right, that's a lot, I know. So the first step of any experience is finding it to begin with, right? The main question that you answer with this desirability perspective is, what do users need to know about using our product or app? And this can be marketing. How is your potential user exposed to your app? Does it appear when they search? Do they hear about it in a community that they're a part of? But this is also within the product as well. If you have a new feature, how does your user know about it? Where is it in the hierarchy of the screen? Is it more prominent? Does it show up when they might be looking for it? How are they using navigation? A first example I want to point out of being detectable or ensuring that your customers are aware is one you probably heard of, because you're aware. According to Sweat Economy's Twitter, they have 130 million users on Sweatcoin. Getting that volume of users is not an accident. Sweat goes where their potential users already are to build awareness. One of the most obvious places is within the Apple App Store. It's easily found by somebody looking for what they offer. They're number 17, or they were a couple weeks ago, in the health and fitness category. Secondly, while I was researching, I learned that Sweatcoin partnered with OkCupid last year to reach new audiences and build brand awareness, and has worked with other brands like Headspace and Audible. And I like this example especially because it shows a posture of experimentation. Where do we think potential users, people interested in the outdoors or interested in health, might be? Another example of awareness is the recently shipped component detail page on near.org. Specifically, this stats area for analytics. The team added this as a possible solution to an awareness need. Developers in user research said that seeing a component engagement, numbers, or analytics was critical to how they chose components to use, because the popularity or high engagement might be an indicator of quality, right? It's an evaluation awareness tool. So, making sure that you've built in awareness of your product is usually a function of marketing. Do people with the problem you're solving associate your brand with a solution? Is your product coming up when people search? But this can also be about using words that your intended audience is familiar with and testing whether or not people can navigate your app. And this will be specific to your product, but the biggest indicator is going to be people clicking that first action or the CTA. Are they aware enough to think your solution might be intended for them? All right, so the second perspective is arguably the hardest one, and basically, how well are you solving your intended customer's problem? User experience fails if we've built awareness, we've made it usable, and then we don't deliver anything of value. Are you reducing hassle? Are you providing entertainment? Are you clarifying information? Are you lowering risk? Are you promoting wellness? Are you making something faster? So I'm assuming a lot of you are familiar with jobs to be done. The core concept, though, is that people are hiring your product to do a job. And it's not the only way to understand and frame your users' needs. But in my experience, people tend to pick up on this one the fastest. And that's because when people teach it, at some point you hear people don't want to buy a 1/4-inch drill. They want a 1/4-inch hole. And I think it's really important to understand this because it means that people are after an outcome. But there are many ways to get a 1/4-inch hole. A drill might be an efficient way to do that, but it is a means to an end. What do human beings need? What are the metaphorical 1/4-inch holes? What do people in your hometown need? What about people that are older or younger than you? And I want to be clear, I absolutely agree that owning one's data is important, and so is having an open web. But those things are 1/4-inch drills. They are means to an end, and exactly what end or outcome depends on who you ask. And I think we focus a lot on ideology and really not enough on communicating in an inclusive way the actual benefits to humans in their daily lives. One example of an impactful experience that I really love is the configure flow for Stripe checkout. It's really simple, nothing mind-blowing, but it exemplifies helping people do something better, right? So I don't work at Stripe, clearly, but theoretically, you might construct a problem statement to say users configuring their store's checkout process are making too many errors and are having to go back and repeat steps because they didn't realize the implications of their choices. How might we help them get it right the first time and feel confident in their choices? This would let them see their choices as they go and reduce errors and mistakes and build their confidence that they are configuring it correctly. We've been doing some vision work at Pagoda, and so this screen is just an early visual of some ideas that we might choose to build. But I picked it because, one, we know developers are not a monolith, and their needs and motivations change depending on how much experience they have, what project types there are, their familiarity with Web3. And so our team has a lot of potential needs to comb through and prioritize, like a need to get help from peers, a need for quality example projects. But at the end of the day, we have to ask, why are open source developers contributing in the first place? And we know from research that a lot of it is intrinsic motivation, right? Or because they really believe in the platform. But people gotta eat. And not everyone is wealthy enough to contribute to projects for free. Could we grow the developer community if we found more paths to sustainability for them? So how do we know we've correctly identified a problem our users have and how well we are solving it? The first step is just stating who exactly you are building for, and asking those people about their problems. You can ask, what's hard about what you're trying to do? What have you tried before? How does that make you feel? And I'm actually completely serious about that last question because user motivation is going to be so much higher for a solution to a problem that makes them feel enraged versus a problem that is mildly annoying. And actually, in a talk right after this, my colleague is going to tell you how to design with your users, not at them. And it streamlines all of these things from ideating to getting feedback. So check it out. Some good indicators for how well you're solving the problem will be customer satisfaction scores, support ticket topics, and then a lot of the conversion indicators in your analytics, like how many accounts have an account sign up and the first action completion in the first day. So let's recap. Yes, there is an ecosystem-wide UX failure that is standing between us and adoption of 1 billion users, but it is not usability. To compete with Web 2 experiences and get to 1 billion users, we have to address our users' needs, actual needs, and motivations, and their awareness that we're solving a problem they have. So I want to come back to the slide from earlier. When I left crypto in 2020, I told myself I was done. Done with the scams and the embarrassing headlines and the constant talk about price and bag holding. And I'll admit I was skeptical this year when a friend reached out to me about coming to work on NEAR. But when the leaders in this community say that they want an open web, I believe them. I believe them because they made something that had, baked in from the very start, considerations for the humans who need to interact with what they put out into the world. And my hope is reinforced with every person I meet in the NEAR ecosystem. People who are kind and curious, people who aren't all hot air and empty promises, people who care if they're building something that will make other people's lives better, not just their own. And if there is a group that is going to pull this off, making the open web real, winning the market by building things of value to human beings, it will be this group. Thanks.
That's great. Yeah, thanks so much, Sarah. This was an amazing talk. I especially love the simplicity you brought into this conversation. And one thing that I definitely want to see more of going forward is products and services. You know, abstract away Web3 as much as possible. And I think this is what NEAR's tech is uniquely positioned to do. With that, please welcome to the stage Jonathan and Paulina, who will be telling you about unstoring your data with AI at NEAR.
Thank you, Clemens. We are going to be doing a demo, so let's just see if we can get our machine hooked up here. All right, great. So that's all looking good. Okay, so before we get to the demo, we're going to talk a little bit about data and
Yay.
Yes, and what we're building at OnMachina. So I'm Jonathan.
I'm Paulina.
Yes, we are two of the founders of OnMachina, and we're building decentralized infrastructure starting with a storage network. So Paulina's going to talk a little bit about why we are starting with storage and what we think of the storage landscape.
Yeah. So welcome to the generation zettabytes. As you can see by this graph, the amount of data that people produce is actually growing pretty rapidly, starting from 2010 and 2025. You can actually see from this graph that for the next roughly 2 years, we'll grow about 30 to 25%. And this is a very rapid transition from where we started. As the phone gets better, you know, the data, images, files became bigger and bigger. And the thing about this is, as a fact, all of this data is unstructured. Well, 90% of the data is unstructured. And how to work with that, and why is this important, or rather, in fact, starting at 1970s, all the data was rather queried or put in the database, so you would know a question that you need to ask or statistics that you want to collect before you got to organize your data. And that's why everything was put in the database correctly. Then once the Google started to emerge, you had this mechanics of MapReduce, and we shifted to a big data. So now you have profiles and all the other things, and to collect statistics, you can reduce and you know the query later. And then we have a data lake as you can organize the data into the blobs, and you have some agility in terms of how you can put a question and gather your statistics. And now, as we're headed into 2020s, we are in 2020s, now we got to intelligent data. So all of our data can be unstructured, and we still can work with that because of the AI. We no longer have to know the questions to structure our data correctly. We just work with the data as it is. And at the same time, AI will require the data, and the rocket ship of AI is fueled by the data. And it has to be trained on the huge amounts of data and refined of massive amounts of data. And mentioned in the data lakes, and the hydrogen is the fuel for the rocket. So this is a good analogy with the lake. As we start to unstore the data and feed it to the AI, we have to bring the data out of the lake into the rocket ship. And more important it becomes to make the data actually being owned by the users, because AI is not just powerful for the human who use it. Like every one of us sooner or later goes to ChatGPT to write some email to the people you don't like for some reason, being polite. And yeah, it becomes powerful for us, but it also can become powerful for all these corporations and for the bad actors. And this is why it's very important to control your data, as the huge evil corporations will try to vacuum clean it up and monetize your knowledge.
Yeah, so I think that we're facing a situation now where, as Polina said, we have more data than ever before already, and it's just going to continue to grow at incredible rates. The big change is that we are now having the ability to process and access and learn from unstructured data in ways that we never have before, which is awesome, but can also be scary. One of the things that we believe is that as this data becomes accessible, becomes usable, becomes intelligent, we don't want to see that just centralized into the hands of a few powerful institutions. And we're coming out of an era where cloud computing has really been one of the greatest forces for centralization in the history of technology. We've ended up with kind of an oligopoly of just a few cloud providers that provide most of the computing resources for the world. But if cloud, is a big center of gravity, big mass, AI is going to be even more that way. Like the default that we're heading towards right now is everybody wants to give their stuff to OpenAI. Everybody wants to feed their data into ChatGPT and train it and make it better. But I think it's really important that we pause and we go, wait a minute, what is the impact to each of us? What is the impact to our businesses? What is the impact to the ability of us as humans to learn and understand and interact with each other? One of the reasons why these big centers of gravity, like cloud providers and AI providers, succeed at sucking up so much data is because when you have a centralized system, it's easy to build a common API. And when there's a common API, that makes it easy for apps to live on top of those systems. So with OnMachina, we are creating systems and structures where you can put a common API on top of an entire nebula of stars, on top of a highly decentralized set of operators and data center managers. And then you can navigate around that, and you can decide how much control you have over your data, where it lives, who has access to it. So this is, I think, a really important thing to think about now, as we're still in the early days of AI, still in the early days of unlocking all of this unstructured data, so that we can make good decisions and potentially different decisions than we've made recently. So we started with a storage network, and we do have a common API that sits on top of a federated set of nodes across data centers. And that API is very simple. But simple can be really powerful, too. Our API is a REST API with 5 HTTP verbs: get, put, post, head, and delete. And that's good because it means it doesn't take a ton of time to understand how to interact with this storage system. As I said, we're going to do a demo in just a couple of minutes. But to talk a little bit more about how it's built and why we're here at NEARCON and at the hackerspace, our identity management is totally integrated with Near. So if you have a Near account, then you have access to OnMachina. Now we're in a private beta right now, so go to onmachina.io, fill out the form, or hit us up afterwards if you want to get early access and try it out. But Near acts as an auth layer, and then that connects to a proxy layer that sits on top of nodes from different providers all over the world. So right now we have nodes in 3 continents, in Europe, Asia, and North America. And those nodes live in data centers that are on different networks and from different providers. So this is a key part of the decentralization here, is that this is not all controlled and owned and operated by a single entity at the end of the day where the data is living. And so as we unstore the data, as we bring it out of these archives and out of these data lakes and feed it into AI systems, it's really important to think about what this means and be very cognizant of also where we are in the AI journey. We had one of our designer friends help us with some of these slides, and he decided to use AI to create some of this. And he gave a prompt to one of the AI image generators and said, create a book in the style of a New York Times bestseller with the title Unpredictable. And so this was result 1, unpredictable. This was result 2, I don't even know how. Predictable, yeah. Unpredictable. This is, I think, another good thing to keep in mind about where we are in this AI revolution. It doesn't always work yet.
It's a little bit dyslexic.
It's a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit, incomplete in its abilities. So again, you have to think about, like, wait a minute, what am I sending my data into? What are the risks? What are the potential fallouts if, the AI takes this kind of turn? And so we think that in an unpredictable world, in a world where things are rapidly changing, decentralization is important because it helps us stay agile. And properly built, it gives us a great user experience, and it gives us the ability to own our data. So, all right, we said that we would do a demo, so let's go ahead and jump over to that.
A console.
Yeah, well, I'm going to start in a browser here. So this is an example web app that we built. It's just a simple JavaScript front-end app. It's a handful of files, put it together in basically a day. And it gives a view. I am logged in with my Near testnet account, jbryce.testnet. It gives a sort of a file system view. And I can create containers, which are basically like folders. So NEARCON 23 demo. And we'll come back here, and voila, there it is. I have some containers that already exist. This is a picture of me with my first computer.
Yay.
I was a lot cooler back then, actually. And we can, upload files. Go over here, and let's pick, maybe this, and upload it. So, this is pretty simple, right? We've got basic file browser functionality. But again, yeah,
Yep.
just add it. So this is all built in, again, a super simple stateless JavaScript front-end app. I could run this locally on my machine. It's currently running on a Netlify deployed website. And it's using those 5 HTTP verbs, get, put, post, head, delete, to create this interface. What's cool about it and where it gets powerful is that because it's simple like that, you can combine that into a lot of different commands. Now, I'm going to use curl here. Curl is a command line utility that exists on pretty much every Unix-based system for many, many decades. So if I go ahead and I get my account status, you'll see the same list of containers, including that one that I just created. I could go, let's see, let's do a put here. So that will create a new container. Test container 0.
Yep.
I can put a file into that container. We'll just do a text file here. And now if we call a get on that container, then we'll see that I've now created a container, I've created a file. So all of this is pretty simple stuff. Where it gets cool and powerful is because it's these simple commands, you can combine them together, you can script them, you can program them to be much more powerful than that. So if we go back to the top level of my account, you'll see that I like to script things. I had created 1,000 containers with 1,000 objects in each of them, so basically throwing up millions of things onto the system. And there are a few of these left, but let's say I want to clean out all of the files in container 01. So over here, I have a file that just has paths in it. Let's go ahead and update this so that instead of 00, it's 01. If I go back over here, I can send that file to the system as a, let me see, there we go, as a bulk command. So this is going to be a bulk delete command that I send that file, and if we go back and we click in here, it had 1,000 objects in it. You can see it has fewer. They're getting deleted.
Yeah, it will take a little bit.
We refresh again. Fewer, and this is just going to keep running. So you can combine these into really powerful scripts. And I'm just doing all of this directly from a ZSH command line here. So this is, nothing fancy. This isn't a special client. This isn't anything like that. Just piecing these together. The other side of all of this, though, is that we have decentralized the way that nodes are added to the system. Yeah. So I mentioned that we've got 3 continents. I think that we should bring Sao Paulo online into the network right now. So I created a server just a little while ago. If we look at this server, you can see it's been online for about 2 hours. And it is Sao 01. So we'll go back to my operator dashboard. And this was DS in Sao 01. Now what this is going to do is I'm logged in again with my testnet account. It's going to create a sub-account on Near. We require staking some Near as a little bit of security. On the testnet, it's only 1 Near. But basically to kind of get all of our operators into a state where we're all helping to secure the network. So we will create that account. All right, that has now been created.
Our stake has been accepted.
Yes, it's created a credentials file. I'll download that. Gives us some commands to run on our server to prep the file system. So we'll go over here. We'll run those. Let me make sure that, credentials file got downloaded. It did. Okay, so if we upload that to our server, all right, that is on there now. Our file system is prepped, and we can now run this command that will start up a Docker image and connect to the network.
Yeah. So what we just did, we pretty much established a new node inside the storage network. So previously we had 4, as you saw on the slide. We added the 5th one. So what it's going to do right now is actually try to sync up all the file pieces from the other nodes and redistribute them to add for the new nodes.
So let's create some new data and get some activity happening here. And
as we put the new files, they get redistributed in between the networks. So every node has a piece of the file. And so as we spun off the new node just now, it will first sync the files from the previous nodes. But as we add new files, it will as well receive new file pieces. So that's what we'll try to do right now. Jonathan, did you just push a file?
I did, yes.
So
it takes a few seconds to refresh and start pulling data. But we can come back and check it in just a minute. But anyway, the thing that is great about this is that the operations and the front ends, the back ends, everything is decentralized in a way that allows people to participate in this network, to come and join the network, add capacity, to leave the network. You know, we must have hit in the middle of a refresh rebuild cycle. I'll keep an eye on it. Let's finish out with our last couple of slides, Paulina, and then we can.
Oh yeah, quick summary. Actually, we're running out of time as well. Yeah, so can you press? Yes. As a summary, the data growing massively right now, and it will continue on growing rapidly. Then we would need the data to become intelligent, and AI will feed on it, will feed from this data. As well, it is important to have control of your data, as it becomes more and more centralized as we use the projects like Facebook or Google Cloud or OpenAI being not so open recently. So yeah, centralization becomes more and more risk. And that's why it is very important to have your data decentralized and stored in OnMachina.
Yeah. All right. So again, we're going to be around here for a little bit. Come find us if you want to get into the private beta. OnMachina.io is the website. Scan the QR code. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for that presentation. It was really cool to see, you know, the intersection of AI and decentralization, Web3. I think this is really one thing that NEAR is uniquely positioned to take advantage of, given the history of our founders. Next up, I would like you to welcome a very, very special guest who will be coming on stage in just a bit.
If it's called a stable coin and its point is to be stable, someone could look at UST and say, this product did nothing.
South Korean crypto fugitive Tu Guan has been sentenced to 4 months in prison.
A cryptocurrency entrepreneur has been arrested in Montenegro.
Yeah, thank you guys.
FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried arrested in the Bahamas, set to face a judge this morning.
Three Arrows Capital.
Three Arrows Capital.
Three Arrows Capital.
The now bankrupt hedge fund was borrowing billions.
Well, how did a major crypto lender go from managing billions in assets to filing for bankruptcy?
I would not touch crypto in a million years.
This is one of the largest speculative bubbles.
Bitcoin is worthless artificial gold.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
NEAR Protocol.
NEAR Protocol.
NEAR Protocol.
NEAR Protocol has rocketed to 3 million monthly active wallets, making it one of the most used blockchains in the world.
So, what's the answer?
What's the answer?
What's the answer?
What's the answer? The key to success is developers, 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 developers. Developers, 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 developers.
Wow, that was a trip down memory lane. Yeah, that's exactly what we need. We need developers. I think everyone that's been coming on stage here has been talking about all of the amazing, great tech, which is good and all. But at the end of the day, we need people like you guys to take that amazing tech and actually turn it into amazing products and services for everyone. Yeah, please, next up, welcome Saul from Pagoda to tell you about design research for delightful experiences.
Get connected here. All right, finally connected. How are you all doing? All right. I actually love the small crowd. I think it's going to be a really fun talk. I'm really excited to talk to you all about co-design. I've been a researcher for now, I guess it's about 11 years. It's been a long time. And I'm really excited to talk to you about co-design research and how it can enable basically better experiences for your products. With that, design is really messy, right? Getting stakeholders, whether that's designers, PMs, engineers, everybody has to have a solid vision in order to actually build something that's useful and delightful. And as my colleague Sarah mentioned earlier, things that are actually going to solve problems. And research is one way is one way that we can mitigate some of the risks in this process, in this very non-linear process. And co-design research specifically, I think, is a really amazing opportunity for us to get to those delightful experiences. But it's not perfect. I'm certainly not going to give you the tools that you need all in 20 minutes to go build delightful experiences, but what I hope I can do today is empower you all to run your own co-design, either research sessions or co-design workshops, so that you get closer to a better answer and a better outcome. So today we're going to talk about, what is co-design. We're going to talk about why co-design is important. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how you can run your own co-design research session, and we'll wrap up after that. So what is co-design? Just a show of hands from the audience. Who all knows what co-design is or has heard of co-design in the past? All right, so we have a couple folks. Great, that's awesome. Even if you've never heard of it, again, I hope to empower you all to be able to go and run your own co-design sessions after this. So let's start with a really boring definition of what co-design is, and let's all read this together. So co-design is a process of collaborative design thinking or a joint inquiry and imagination where different participants associated with the design process work together to identify a problem, develop solutions, and evaluate those solutions. So obviously really wordy, really boring, but let's simplify that for a moment. So rather than thinking we are designing for users, you can think about this as a process of where we might have designers build a prototype, they put it in front of users, they get some feedback, we go iterate on that, and then we come back to the users. Instead of designing for users, we're actually designing with users. So we are putting users at the center. We're putting users at the table with us when we're making decisions. So just before we go on a little bit further, let's talk a little bit about a brief history of where co-design even came from. So it actually started in Scandinavia with trade unions, and they called it cooperative design back then. The Americans heard about it in the 70s, and they said, we don't want to call it cooperative design. We're actually going to call it collaborative design. So, we had to put our own mark on it. In the 80s, co-design started to migrate to other fields. Urban planning started picking it up. Software design started picking it up. Then with that, Don Norman came around. If you've all heard of Don Norman, he's basically the father of HCI or UCD. He came out with user-centered design, and that's kind of where we had a little bit of a fork in the path. Participatory design or co-design had its own path. User-centered design had its own path. We can think about those two different paths, again, as a top-down process where we're designing for users. That would be user-centered design. And then designing with users would be more of the co-design aspect. Then in the 2000s, it started to gain notoriety, co-design, that is. We had a lot of academic researchers do research, and basically they showed that co-design was leading to better outcomes, to richer solutions, and it was a really, really positive force in our toolkit. And then lastly, the 2010s to present, it's gained mainstream, or it's gotten mainstream. So we have both practitioners, or excuse me, research practitioners and non-research practitioners utilizing co-design research in their programs and organizations. So to talk about what co-design is, we have to talk about what co-design is not. Co-design is not a place for us to validate our assumptions. We're not going to talk to our users and say, hey, is this idea that we're coming up with a good idea? Great, all right, we can run with that. Or if they say no, we might say, well, that was the wrong person to talk to. We might want to talk to other people. So we're not validating assumptions. We're also not asking users what they want. We've all heard the famous quote, if from Ford, so to speak, if we had asked people what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse. I don't think really asking people what they want is the right approach. We're also not asking for free work. If you're familiar with this episode of The Simpsons, Homer's long-lost brother comes to him, and his long-lost brother is a car manufacturer, and he says, Homer, you're the average American man. How do we build the best next vehicle? And Homer says, well, we need a glass dome in the back so that we don't have to hear our kids, and we need a horn in 4 different places. And basically, Homer gave him some free work. It didn't turn out so well. So we're definitely not asking our users for free work in that regard. So let's go back to the definition. I want to highlight a few key points that I think I need to hammer home. So co-design is a process of collaborative design thinking. That means we're all working together. Where different participants, that piece is crucial because we are not only going to have participants in the room, but we're also going to have different stakeholders in the room when we're co-designing. So that's the people that you want to talk to and actually get feedback from, but also the people who are building the solutions. We want sort of an equitable and inclusive space where everyone can feel empowered to share their ideas. And ultimately, we work together. So what we want to build towards is cohesion in that space so that we can, again, build towards better outcomes. So again, we're designing with our users. So why co-design? What makes co-design so important? In the grand scheme of things, we obviously have a lot of different research methods. There's usability testing, there's benchmarking, eye tracking, A/B testing, pick of the litter, so to speak, in terms of research that we can do. What makes co-design so special against all of these methods? Well, first and foremost, it reveals what people value. And when we're building our products, we have to represent what people value so that they can see themselves in their product. They have to be able to understand that what they use is valuable to them. It also shows how users make choices. So if, when you're in your session with your user and you're having a discussion about a prototype that you put together, they're going to talk about trade-offs. And all of design, all of building, all of designing is trade-offs. And so understanding what those trade-offs are from your user's point of view, again, will highlight what they value and what's most important to them. It's also going to uncover users' latent and unmet needs. Oftentimes, when you're in a session with a user, they might think of an anecdote or a story where they wouldn't have otherwise. But because you have an artifact and they have lived experience that they're bringing to the table, you can then use that as a way to trigger those stories from the past to say, you know what, actually, that reminds me of the time that I did X, Y, and Z, and this is why that's important. Or here's what I did, or here's the frustration I experienced in that story. It also challenges users' preconceptions. And what I mean by this is that you'll have an idea that you're presenting to your users. So you might have a prototype, you might have a wireframe, whatever it is. The user is then going to be able to put that story together in their head and say, this works for me, or this doesn't work for me. Or, hey, now that I think about it, this is not what I was thinking. So maybe here's another solution that we can actually work with. It'll also challenge your own preconceived notions. I have worked with lots of designers who come to the table and they say, oh, we've done analytics, we've done data science, this is exactly what they need. and then it goes to some form of research, the feedback comes back and says, wow, that is not at all how people, they didn't use it at all how I anticipated that they were going to use it. So it challenges our own preconceived notions as well. And lastly, it leads to richer solutions. So where you might have something like usability testing, where you put a prototype in front of a user, they try to run a few tasks with that prototype. All they can really say is that, or all they can really show you is that, hey, this didn't work as intended. It was really kind of it's a binary. Did they complete the task or did they not? Not to say or diminish the value of usability testing. It definitely has its place. But when we talk about co-design and we actually utilize people's lived experiences to help bring solutions to the problem, then we're now solving actual problems from the users, which leads to richer solutions. So how do you run a co-design research session? And that's kind of what I hope to do for you all today, is to give you the tools that you need to go and run a session on your own. But before I do that, I want to talk about a real-world example, and it is actually very timely. So my colleague here, Schwan, if you could just raise your hand, she's going to be running co-design sessions here at NEARCON 23. She and I worked together to put a design together, a research design, so that we can run research and get ideas and thoughts and your experiences. So please find her after or during all of NEARCON if you'd like to participate. So another piece of this is what does co-design actually look like? What does it mean to run a co-design session? So a co-design session really looks a lot like typical research. Like you might have an interview with someone who sits across from you or next to you. You might have a series of questions that you ask them. But the key part about co-design sessions is that you're presenting them with some sort of artifact, right? You might have a prototype. Again, as I was mentioning, you might have wireframes. You might have even paper and pen. But the idea is that then they can sketch out or build solutions to problems that you're presenting them with. And so, again, it looks very much like a usability session, an interview session, or if you're doing it virtually or remotely, you can do it over Zoom, where you're in a session with your stakeholders and the participant, and you're maybe using a tool like Miro or FigJam, where you can all collaborate together in a tool. So how do we run our own research? I want to talk about the 3 phases of research: the planning, the conducting of the actual session, and then what do you do with the data afterwards, the analysis. So planning the research starts with who to involve. So this starts from both internally, what stakeholders do we need to be involved in this project? Do we need everyone? Do we need PM, design, engineering, content design? Do we need everybody to be involved, or do we just need a few people? And then who do we recruit? Is that going to be, you got to figure out what your demographic that you're going after. Are they people who are familiar with your product? Are they people who are not familiar with your product? There's a lot of dimensions in terms of who to recruit, but those are all key decisions that you and your team can make about who to actually bring into the session. You also want to determine the objectives. So are you looking for a specific solution to a specific set of problems, or are you looking for broad feedback? The idea here is to determine exactly what you want to get out of your user. And funny enough, it doesn't involve asking users what they want or to validate assumptions. You actually have to think about what is exactly you want out of the research session. Then you want to decide on what prototype you're going to use. If you have a set of screens that you want to show, are they static screens? Are they going to be interactive? Is it going to be a wireframe where maybe it's not as high fidelity, or maybe you want to go even as low fidelity as possible and you want to use paper and pen? I've run many, many sessions using paper prototypes, and they have been very, very successful. You get a lot of data that way. So now on to the conducting of the research. So when you start the session, let's say they logged into Zoom, the participant has logged into Zoom, you're there with your stakeholders, whoever is facilitating that session should be really focused on building rapport. Try to make the participant to feel as comfortable as possible. Ultimately, what you want to do is facilitate and build a space of trust so that they can offer you solutions as you're going through the session. Then from there, you want to walk through the activities. You can say, hey, all right, we're going to start off with a set of questions. I want to understand your lived experience. I want to understand, what problems you're facing today in terms of, what you do with this product. And then after that, we're going to go into a co-design session where we're going to build some solutions together. And then we'll talk about those solutions afterwards, where maybe we'll vote on the outcomes of those solutions. And then ultimately, this is kind of like a meta comment. You want to stay curious throughout. So as you're running through the sessions with your users, they might offer up a solution and say, hey, I think it's better if we place this widget over here on the corner, or if this widget allowed me to do X, Y, and Z. Your position as the observer and facilitator is to stay curious. Wonder why. Why is it that you need it over here? Or why is it that you need to have this content included? Again, it's really about surfacing those values that people have around your product so that you can reflect that back to them. All right, let's talk about the last phase, the analysis. So you've run all your sessions. You've done 5 sessions. You've done 4 sessions. You've done 10 sessions. What do? Well, you gather all of your files, whether that's handwritten notes, typed notes, it's your recordings, it's your transcripts, all of that. You put that into one central repository so that you can go ahead and start finding patterns. At a certain point, you will start to get similar types of solutions, you will get similar types of suggestions, but the idea is that you want to find these patterns because then these are the pieces that you use to figure out what to do next. Okay, do we build these solutions? Do we table these solutions? Are the solutions feasible? Are they too high risk for us at this moment? That's all for your organization to determine. But from there on, you determine the next steps. So with that, we've talked about what is co-design. We've talked about why it's important. And we've talked about how to run a co-design session. And I want to leave you with this closing quote here, which says, co-design is not always easy, but in the end, you achieve much more involvement and commitment towards the outcome. And what we are all doing in terms of research is trying to mitigate risk and lead to a better outcome. So I think that co-design is a really, really fantastic way for you to get richer outcomes. And just a shameless plug here, we have a research panel, and you can earn NEARCON by filling out this intake form, and you can find it at several of our booths, but feel free to join our panel if you are interested in participating in research. And with that, I'll say thank you.
Hello. Thanks so much, Saul. It was a really insightful session on user research and co-design. Next up, please welcome Weiwu from Smart Token Labs, who will tell you all about smart tokenomic design architecture.
It's here. Okay, so how do we go forward and back? Okay, shall we start? Or waiting for someone? No. Okay. So hello everyone. My name is Weiwu. I'm the CTO of Smart Token Labs. In Smart Token Labs, we make tokens smart, because by providing a programming framework to enrich the functionalities of tokens, and we have been doing this technology for 6 years. We have tokenized, for example, smart car keys, where the user's blockchain token can be connected with their smart cars and allow them to open and drive the car. And we have done like smart tickets where the ticket holders can get perks by owning the tickets in their wallet. So, and this this cat is an NFT. It is also a smart token. So there's a story behind this NFT smart token. So we have worked with the industrial partners to tokenize smart cars. We give it to a test group of car owners. We have tokenized FIFA tickets. We give them to a small section of FIFA ticket holders so they can book hotels. This is the functionality we have done for them. And we ask ourselves that if we can do this to different types of tokens, why don't we do this to the NFT? Why don't we, everybody's talking about gamification, why don't we combine our technology and gamify NFT tokens? So that was an experiment that we started a while back. And the way we did it is we make a smart cat token, an NFT token loaded with smart token functionalities, gamification, and we invited our 2.5 million users to mint these tokens and play with it. And it was a great success. Within 2 weeks, we got 925,000 users who minted their smart cat token. And this makes us the largest, the NFT projects with largest user base, as well as the largest NFT game. And in the 2 weeks, when this was being minted, we have been 5 days in a row being the top NFT project in Polygon network. So how do we do that? So this is Smart Cat. That is a smart token. And smart token is the game here. We allow the token to carry executable scripts in JavaScript and HTML. We allow that to run in the user's wallet and on any website. It doesn't have to be, token itself is a dApp. We don't make a dApp website for that. We turn the token into the dApp, and we enable a lot of functionalities. So the driving technology here is TokenScript, which is a scripting framework that we have been building for the last 6 years. It allows token issuers to enrich token with information, with rules, with user interface, with data. And we have this ERC 5169, which is a blockchain smart contract feature that connects smart contracts with the token script that connects the functionality of tokens with the smart contract itself. So with that, we can build functionalities like enabling gaming actions to be on-chain and operate directly in the user's wallet. In this case, level up. There are 3 ways to level up the cats. And we make games around it. We make the cats starve, and you have to feed the cats. And the users can clean their cats and get a bit of reward points. So we did all that. And we did something that quite advanced that only our technology can do. We allowed token-to-token messages, and that's the first time in the world. We previously had wallet-to-wallet off-chain messages, but now we can develop this functionality into the token because of our scripting framework. And why do we need that? Because if you are playing a game, your character talks to other characters, not your account talk to other people's account. So cats can talk to each other, and they can play games, like invite other cats for play date. So this is a demonstration of what we already allow our users to use, a smart token enhanced NFT token. But that is only part of the picture. So today, there are roughly 3%, 2% to 3% in a rich country like United States, 2 to 3% of people holds NFT tokens. That's not a large number because NFT tokens are associated with collection, investment, and gaming. It might grow, but it might not grow a lot. Most of the users using the internet are using the internet for the practical reasons, like booking a hotel or booking an Uber. Where the power of smart token really lies is to make tokens an integration point that enables users to use internet in a way beyond today's infrastructure allows. So let me take an example of car token. If you consider car token as an asset, you can create a blockchain token for that, and that allows you to trade, auction, or represent the car in the market. And that was already possible with today's technology. But if we enrich it to a smart token, then it can be an integration point. A car token can be transformed into a frictionless experience where the tokens can integrate into multiple layers, multiple applications, and markets. And by that, let me guide you through the journey. How do we get there? At this stage, smart cars have an app. And that app on your mobile phone is the only connection point between your mobile phone and your car. This is the only connection on the internet. You can do things like open or start or lock the car. But if it is a token, as an asset, it can be represented on the market. It is tradable as security. And you can probably program things like open, start, lock car. We already did this for our car manufacturer partnership, although in a limited scale. And you can list cars for sale. That's a blockchain feature. But if we further enhance that into an integration point, then we can bootstrap a lot of use cases. The users who have the car token can go to, for example, government website and register their car and get a car plate number without any paperwork. They can, for example, connect their car to the service company and get their car automatically serviced and the bill automatically settled. They can use that token to go to the insurance website and get insurance, as this picture demonstrates. And even better, the insurance itself could be a smart token. So if you have a roadside accident, your insurance company can automatically call the roadside assistance company or arrange a repair service for a car, or even organize a replacement car through your token authorization. So this picture shows that the possibilities of integration is limitless. You can link your car to rental company. You can rent your car to a website, or you can link your car to Uber so that Uber drivers can drive away and come and drive it back at the end of the day while you have the portion of the revenue generated by the car. And this lies the true power of tokenization by making things smart, by making tokens smart. Now, I have done explaining we have about 5 minutes. Let me explain what this means to the internet. So once people realize, just like our smart cat users, once people realize the power of making their tokens smart and integration points, the web will change. Companies will start to consider whether or not they are selling products directly to consumers, or they should tokenize their products and services. And they will also consider the websites no longer interface to the user, but interface to token holders. And what that means is users with different tokens might get differentiated services on their website, and the website can target token users, target tokens functionalities, such as operating a car rental market, targeting the users who have smart car tokens. And even further from there, once the infrastructure there, you can have very interesting innovations, such as selling tables in a restaurant as a token, therefore having the revenue before the services was provided. Or as a car maintenance company, you can sell a token called guaranteed parts token, which if the customer buys it, then if the car breaks down, then the insurance kicks in and makes sure the parts are delivered in a short period of time. And if your car doesn't break down, then that's revenue. So new business model can be created once the business and the internet start to think in token terms. And that's why I believe that the next generation web will have token at the center. And we call that token-centric web. And the architect, we call it token-centric architect. So that's what I want to share with everyone today. And we have 3 minutes. Should we have someone else, or should we have a question session?
Would like to ask within the last few minutes? If not, we can move on to our next talk, but please give it up for Weiwu.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have some of our dear friends from Polygon who will be telling us all about their new roadmap, Polygon 2.0. Please give it up for Tony.
Hello, hey everyone. So my name is Tony Orlando and I work at Polygon. And one of the main things I do is develop education. And my focus is just giving people an understanding of Polygon, where it's headed, the various phases that we're in, and what it looks like. So I am Tony Orlando at Twitter and Tony Orlando on Telegram. Feel free to message me at any point in time. I take 7 business days to reply because everybody messages me. But yeah. So let's start talking about just some brief history of Polygon, right? So Polygon was founded in 2017. We have, in 2019, we did our IEO on Binance. In 2020, we launched the B.O.S sidechain. And we launched it to not a lot of fanfare, but everybody knows B.O.S now because it actually grew. It was the Matic network. It's now, then it changed to Polygon Labs. In 2021, we launched the SDK. In August, we acquired Hermes Network. Hermes is the Polygon ZK EVM team based out of Barcelona, founded by Jordi, Anthony, David, and a very, very talented team of engineers. In December 2021, we acquired the MER protocol that is what is now known as Polygon Zero, and they're the ones in charge of the tech, the beautiful tech that is Plonky 2, and now Plonky 3, and the Zero Type 1 prover. So if anybody knows, we have a Type 1 prover now. And in 2022, we raised $450 million from Sequoia and SoftBank to help build the future of technology. And in March of this year, March 27th, we launched a Polygon ZK EVM. And so the ZK EVM was like a momentous occasion because a lot of people thought that it was like the Holy Grail, it wasn't possible. There are very many teams rushing to be first, and we were firster, if that's even a thing. But massive, massive congratulations just to the wider Ethereum ecosystem. We have very many projects that launched in and around that time. We have ZK Sync. There was Linear that launched soon after. We also have Scroll, which is the latest Type 2 to join the ecosystem, Tycho, and a bunch of others. But all of these things represent a really, really momentous step forward in terms of providing greater security to users of Ethereum. But now what happens when you have a zero-knowledge blockchain that already exists, is now public, and you've already solved the big problem. So a lot of what we were focusing on at Polygon when we acquired all these teams was we had a divergence phase. And the divergence phase looked like different ideas, different concepts, and different teams working on different bits of the technology stack. And so you have teams like the Polygon Maiden team who were building a privacy-first chain, and that's a really novel concept built off of the Maiden VM. And then we also have the Polygon Zero team who are working on purely on proving systems. And if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have been able to launch a ZK VM as quickly as possible. And then we have the actual ZK VM team who are building different bits of technology. And we had various other protocols, if you remember. We had Veil, we had also Nightfall, which we sunsetted. But that was the divergence phase. And so we were making bets. We were making a whole lot of bets. And then as we transitioned, we started moving towards unification and like filtering and just formalization of what we feel the brand new stack could actually look like. So what happens if we have consensus being built by ZK? What we have is Polygon 2.0 essentially. And what that enables us to do is to build the value layer of the internet. There's a really cool video here. I'm not sure if it's going to play or not. Guess not. But yeah, so our vision is essentially just to build the value layer of the internet, right? Now, if you think of what a value layer means, is that now the way that the internet functions today is that it enables you to build a really strong communication layer. And so before, if you guys would have remembered, we used to send letters, and so if your son goes off to university, you have to send him a mail, and then the communication goes across, and then you have to wait and all these things, and then we had email, and email then enabled like faster communication, and then we had Web 2.0 that basically facilitated now interaction online in brand new and innovative ways. But if you think about what that future looks like today, is that messaging is easy, right? But sending cash, not so much. So if you look at the messaging systems, you have Facebook. So I could message a supplier in China and get him to send me stuff. But paying the same supplier is incredibly difficult, right? And so if you're looking at sending cash, if you're looking at sending any type of value on top of the internet, there is no immediate and clear, secure way for you to actually do that. The only way you do that is either mostly through a credit card, and less than 30% of the population in the world have access to a credit card. But what happens if we make transferring value on the internet as ubiquitous as, say, having WhatsApp, right? That really is the future that we're building towards. And so the internet democratized access to information, and the value layer essentially democratizes access to the global economy. And that's the vision that we want to build inside of Polygon Stack. But this takes more than just nice statements and simple visions. It takes actual work. And for us to be able to do that, we're building a network of ZK-powered L2 chains unified via a cross-chain protocol. And that cross-chain protocol is actually comprised of four primary stacks. We have a proving stack, we have an execution stack, we have an interop layer, and we have a staking stack. So let's just delve a little bit. I'll give you a high-level overview of just the various pieces of the protocol architecture. And I'll finalize just by looking at our Polygon CDK, and that'll be it. But just to give everybody, just to break down these concepts. So we have, it's basically comprised of all of those stacks, and it's basically a collection of protocols that are designed to operate together. And so you have a proving layer that basically secures the ZK transactions. You have the interop layer that facilitates communication. You have the staking layer that helps incentivize the network participants and all of the validators. And so the staking layer is basically a proof of stake-based protocol. And so where users will be able to essentially stake POL, which is the brand new Polygon token, and they'll be able to get rewards from being part of the validator pool. So let's imagine a future in which we have multiple Polygon chains running on different networks. We have different app chains that people are building using the Polygon CDK. Imagine if you could make it as easy as you clicking a button and being able to provision your own blockchain that is secured by ZK. Once all of that is possible, we need people to validate that particular network. We need people to actually help build a decentralized future for that network so that we don't end up in a place where we're actually centralizing everything again. And the staking layer is fundamental to that, so that any number of network participants could actually help facilitate the security of the network by being able to stake. And then we have the interop layer, which facilitates secure and seamless cross-chain communication. So it basically abstracts away all of the complexity and makes the whole experience unified. And so imagine if, well, what you see there as like the SuperNet chain is actually now the Polygon CDK. But let's imagine a future in which you have the ZK EVM rollup as it currently exists. We have the proof of stake ZK EVM, and we're actually changing the current Polygon POS that we all know and love is transitioning to a Validium powered by ZK. And then you have different chains that are available for different reasons, right? So you have this could be regarded as a app chain, another app chain, and a whole slew of them that basically facilitate communication. And then all of those basically communicate via the interop layer. So imagine if we could create a world in which a game deploys a app chain here, and they have really great skins, and they have like all of them as like different NFTs, and they could essentially sell them on the ZK EVM via OpenSea or something of that sort. That really is the facilitation that we actually want to be able to make available. And so you could buy it off of an app chain, or you could actually connect to the ZK EVM and be able to buy it off of there, or you could even connect directly to Ethereum. And so with all of that, the interop layer essentially ensures that we have very secure communication, and all of this is done using ZK. And so all of the participating public chains and all of the participating app chains will all communicate via the interop layer, one-to-one to Ethereum and one-to-one against each other. Then we have an execution layer, which just enables any participating Polygon chain to produce sequence batches of transactions. And this is really commoditized, but you'll have the same consensus mechanisms. This is what we actually know. Consensus, we have a database, we have a mempool, and so anybody deploying a new app chain will be able to get an instance of their own execution layer. And then all of that is secured by a proving layer. And the proving layer is essentially a highly performant, flexible ZK proving protocol. And so it generates proofs for all transactions inside of this chain. So this is where everything basically comes back, and it actually relies on ZK to be able to prove all of the transactions happening across all of our Polygon chains, public or permission blockchains or app chains. And so this is the future that we're actually building at Polygon. And with that, I'd like to introduce Polygon CDK. And Polygon CDK basically ensures that you could actually create your own L2 chain. And we have quite a number of customers that have signed up for this. A-Star, we have Gnosis Pay, we have a couple of other people who are actually, we have about 60 that I think are in the pipeline. There's a proposal on the Cello Foundation. There's a proposal for the Bored Apes community and so on and so forth. But essentially, we want to make it as easy as possible for you to come and just click a button, provision your own chain, powered by ZK, and help drive the internet forward in this particular way. So that's a value layer that we're actually building at Polygon, and I hope that this has helped break down like just the various components of what that looks like. But if you want to find out more, this is what we're doing in a nutshell. So today we have Polygon ZK EVM and Polygon POS. Those are the public blockchains that you know. Tomorrow we'll have the same, but then it will be with ZK POS. And then we have Polygon Maiden as well as one of the chains. And then the end game is we're going to have Polygon CDK that's available, and it's going to be powered by a really strong proving layer and interop layer. So you get all of these inside of this end game plus these. And that's a future that we're actually building towards inside of Polygon. So I hope that this was particularly useful. And if you want to learn more about Polygon 2.0, you could check out the roadmap here. We have a bunch of different phases that is actually that's actually a part of this. And I think Jordi will be speaking tomorrow more about an exciting new announcement, which I haven't even had time to find out for him because I've been traveling. But yeah, if you want to find out more about the roadmap and Polygon 2.0, please check this out. Anybody have any questions? Excellent. Thank you very much.
Programming update, we will have a 30-minute break and we'll be returning at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Please welcome back Near Foundation's Clemens Scherf.
Hello, everyone. Before we get into our afternoon session, we will be actually switching into the silent disco mode, just because there's going to be talks going on left and right so that everyone can actually follow what's going on. I'd ask you to put on the headphones so that you can actually follow along the conversation. With that, please welcome Lex from Near Studio.
Okay, so we all know these guys, right? And pretty much nothing has really changed since the advertising industry really started. And sure, now we have more color. Sure, now we have more women in position of powers. But really, it's the same people on the top telling us what to eat, what to dress, what to like. And I think now it's changing for the first time in many years. And that is because of the open web. And we have tools that are drastically changing that. So I use these three tools to mainly, the main thing is decentralization of creative decisions. So
And that's when you'll be able to hear.
Hopefully I was loud enough for that introduction. Okay, so decentralization of creative decisions. So I try to build brands that are really from the community, by the community. And I've been coming up with strategies to try to outsource the decisions of the creative from the community or the users itself. Then I use AI for image generation. There's other ways of using AI for content, but I will talk about the image generation one. And on-change metrics, which is how we can use the on-change to actually measure our efforts in marketing. So really what I do with the creative decisions decentralization idea is that when I come up with the brand ID, what I call the soul searching, this used to be done in a room full of the CEO, so the founders or the creative directors. But now I try to make the same workshop applied in the community. So I have tried many ways, but basically I formulate the right questions because, of course, these people are not used to having these conversations. So the question has to be done in a way that is easy to understand. Then spreading the world is quite hard because, of course, not everybody is used to this new idea. So I relied on the social community, the socials and the community managers a lot for that. And processing data, it's also very important. So the way that I've done this is that I first open a Miro board because I was sort of copying the same system that I used to do with the executives. It was a bit messy, and the way that I finally did it was that I did it on Change with an easy pool on social media, and I asked open questions, like 3 or 4 open questions about, in this case was for She Is Near, who would we be if we were, what kind of personality traits would we have if we were a brand? What kind of things do you want She Near to do for you, etc. And then I put all those questions, I read them, and I pull up all the most important words here and there, and I put them in clusters. And from those clusters, I sort of took out the main points. So people wanted this persona to be smart, charismatic, empathic, courageous, ambitious, inspiring, powerful, and fair. But from that, we can also have certain variations of this persona. So one of them was a person that embodies all of this, but is also have a side of femininity, hasn't lost any of the femininity. And I thought of Emily in Paris. I think that she embodied that very well. Then we also want to be another version of it is more a tech-savvy person, a degen, a nerd. And so I thought about Amy from Big Bang Theory. And then the other case was very professional as well. So I think Michelle Obama is decent way more, but she also embodies the professionalism and everything else. So from that, I developed the brand, like how is it going to look and feel. And I'm not going to go in detail into each decision because that will take me a long time. But the main point is that I put this on Change for people to vote, and we got this one. So now we have a brand that is done by, well, not done by the community, but it's based on what the community told me they want to see. And the voice and the manifesto we're going to write are all based on the things that they told us and who we are and the values and what are we going to achieve, which is near. Okay, so AI. So AI, the most beautiful thing about AI is that anything that you can imagine is possible, right? We have this amazing technology, and thanks to this, just like your mind is your own limitations. It's very cheap and easy. Don't let you tell you that, oh, it's really hard, you have to know how to use prompts. No, it's really easy. Like, anyone can do it. It just takes a little bit of practice, but it's really easy and cheap and fast. Of course, very fast, because if we wanted to do a big, like, photo shoot production, that will take weeks of planning, and that will take a lot of budget. So now it's really easy. So what is bad about it? That it's hard to get similar results. And that is, of course, if you're building a brand, you want to have the same feel, exactly the same characters. And it's not possible yet, but I'm pretty sure they're going to figure it out. This technology is super brand new. And I'm going to show you like how I try to avoid that. Then bias. It's super biased and it's super sad. I'm going to tell a story. So I uploaded my picture, and I told AI to make me look like a creative director, because that's my role. And it made me into a man. So he put me mustache and everything. And I was like, oh my God, seriously? Like, it just can't compute that a woman is a creative director. So I had to make me a female creative director. So then it gave me the right result. So yes, it's very biased. We have to work on that, all of us. But it's just something that you have to know that happens. And it can become very genetic. Now, I see everywhere this magical like door in the middle of the forest. Like, it's really creative, but at the same time, people is making sort of like the same decisions, and it's looking quite the same. So I'm going to show you how to avoid that. Okay, so this is one example of how I use it for women in Web3 change makers. And the way that by uploading a picture of the actual person, then it gives you a result that it cannot be copied. It's not genetic, right? And we got these amazing, beautiful, high production images that would have been really hard if we would have contacted the women all over the world and tell them we're going to make a shooting, a photographer is going to come. It's just really impossible. And thanks to this, it's very easy. Okay, so brand characters. I tried, for example, if you prompt it good enough, with a lot of details, you can get almost the same character, but it's not. I mean, I know that if I would have hired a 3D rendered illustrator, they would have been able to exactly make the same character with nothing and with books. But I am pretty happy with this result. It's pretty close for what we have. I mean, it's basically for free, so yeah, sure. And I'm pretty sure that in the future, you're going to be able to pimp that, and you're going to be able to change it. So this is how you do it. Okay. Other things that are really good to do, and other examples, is I use it to create STBs for NDC, so that you can give it to people, and it's very cheap to do this. And if you prompt it good enough, you can see there's the same feel to it. So I think it's a very good way. Also, like, dreams can come true. You don't have to wait for Marvel to get a bit more woke and make women or make people of color heroes, you know. And you can use these images and spread it around, and so everybody can. This is the new norm. So it's really good. Okay, on change metrics. So let's put an example, right? Let's say that this creative brand that I talked about was £1,000, obviously, or dollars. It's obviously not that, but just a round number. And so let's say 30 people asked responded to the questionnaire, 50 people voted for the final, and then I minted them an STB to thank them And so that is 130 transactions right there. And if you divide it by the budget, you can say the 7.9 or 8 US dollar was the value of this brand work process. It's been really hard for marketeers to come into this space and tell that the tech people believe us. You know, brand is important because the value is not easy to transform. But this is the metric that I'm using to say exactly how invested the people was in this process by using transactions on chain. And so that's all that I wanted to say. If you have more questions, just hit me up. That's my Telegram, Lex Blonde. And if you want to see more work that I have done, go to nearstudio.com. See ya. Call them. So now I'm going to call other marketeers and other colleagues that we will talk about how they are implementing tools of Web3 for marketing. So please come in. So Sofia from PembRock, Filippo, Tatiana from vSelf.
Awesome. Oh, we have that.
Do we need to put this?
Okay. You have to turn them on.
Hi. Yes, I can hear myself. Press them at the same time.
Do we hear me?
Can you hear me?
No. I think I'm gonna go without.
Pressing, you can hear me, right?
I can
this.
hear without.
Okay.
It doesn't.
Give me.
It's on the blue. Oh, great.
Wow. Okay.
Thanks.
So hi guys. So I think I'm gonna start with Sofia because you're CMO of PembRock. So how have you been implementing marketing strategies for the open web?
Okay, I will start like from short intro. I'm not just working with PembRock. It's for like everyone to know. It's a DeFi project on here, but also I work with outsourcing development company. So we're actually interacting a lot with other projects. So I can share like a little bit of that. So like we're here to talk more about Web3's impact on marketing and branding. And here maybe I'd like to start with the thing that I think it's like the most crucial stuff. It's that crypto actually brought to the whole market in itself. It's this like we're talking a lot about this, the power of a community actually. Because like everyone is talking like, yes, you have to build strong community, but it actually came from crypto because the whole market, like not crypto, but the whole market is actually were not so fluctuated like crypto market, and the crypto market showed that community actually means a lot when you're on the top. But it actually means much more when you're going down. And there are supporters that actually can hold a bit of your tokens and they are not selling it. And you can move on. And then you have to prepare for the next bull market. And that is like the most crucial stuff actually. And I think that for all projects, they should pay so much attention to building the community because and actually now when the market is not very good actually like everyone is here because I remember the previous year like everyone, wow, we're like chilling here, everything is cool, and this year everyone like, okay,
we're
like
still here.
We're trying to live here, okay. Yeah, so the community means a lot, and you have to prepare your community for the next bull market. So, like, it's a top tip for everyone who's doing marketing. If that you have to prepare some cool news, some partnership now, but you don't have to share it now. You have to make some deals for millions of dollars. You have to get investments. You have to make some super cool partnership, but you have to hold this. You have to hold this until the market will be right for this news and it will be suitable. And then, like, when you feel this wave, you have to throw this news and get users. Like, I think that's the most crucial stuff, is that we have to work on this right now, but like keep it a little bit and then push in the right moment.
It's all about timing.
Yes.
And Tatiana, so I know you have a project that will help marketers to utilize the tools and also build community. So what can you tell us about it?
Right. We repositioned recently more as a community service platform. Even we started from the identity component of it, because we really see the opportunity to help brands to create more data in the Web3 format and learn how to adopt this technology to improve the customer data management, rather just hit on the hype NFT is cool thing, but see that NFT, SBT, it's all data standards that can help them simplify the process, how they're interacting with customer, with each other, because portability of the data between brands and sharing and creating a cross-marketing opportunity that using Web3 tech stack is what we're trying to educate companies outside of Web3 about. But Web3 is still also one of the verticals that we're focusing. We started on Near and continuing onboarding projects to work on in the Near space and beyond. So there, we really believe that we can introduce a better UX, and this time with this level of development of tech, we don't really have to dig into the technical details, authorize with wallets anymore. We can make this flow smooth and competitive with what social media marketing, loyalty already have out there in Web2 world. So it has to be comparable from the user experience, and that's what we're providing in vSelf.
Yeah, I think it's very important if you want to have mass adoption. And Filippo, what about Popula? I think you tell me a little bit that it's like a platform that could help people like me.
Yeah. we say Popula, it's a community platform, so community is definitely the atomic unit that we are focusing on, and we think that's where Web3 is also different from Web2, like the focus on community rather than the individual, and this is something beautiful, I think. So basically, Popula is a platform that offers a set of on-chain tools that can help communities and their members to generate engagement, so incentivize engagement, and then, because everything is recorded on-chain, then users can actually own their data, the engagement data that they generate. And we think this is going to be invaluable for any kind of economic activity in the future, because eventually users will be able to port this data around and also monetize from them in a way that they're not able to do in Web2 platforms, right? Like Web2 platforms make money literally on users' data. And what we want to do is like give this ownership back to users, so then they can decide how to use this data. They can sell to companies for marketing purposes, or maybe for AI dataset training purposes. But the key point is that they have control over it. And then again, we have this set of on-chain tools that we think can be very helpful for different kind of communities. Can be NFT projects, can be gaming guilds, it can be charities or NGO, because we also have a treasury function on chain governance. But we also definitely are targeting brands, same as vSelf. So brands want to experiment with Web3 tools and strategies. They know that it's going to be important for their branding, for building their branding, to have a strong community that support them. And so, but it's also hard to get started with Web3 tools, right? We all know that. And so, if you don't have a department in your company which is specifically dedicated to learn how to use Web3 tools and create a strategy in Web3, it can be daunting for companies to get started. And so that's why and where we want to help. basically brands can just build a community on Popula and then automatically have access to all these tools in one place. And so they can create these stronger and more loyal communities of customers. They can create kind of different engagement loyalty programs. Everything is tokenized, so they can create, for example, token-gated coupons or access to different perks, merchandise. They can create different kind of activities to engage the community on Popula, for example, trivia, right? You can test how much customers know about your brand. And I think another beautiful thing about Web3 that we are trying to leverage is the idea of co-branding, like create a brand together with your customers, your community, and that's something also Lex talked about before, right? Making polls, ask people how they see the brand, what's the brand, how the brand looks like in their eyes, and how they want to build this brand in the future. And definitely, we want to be in that kind of segment of the industry where brands can come to Popula and then build the future of their brand together with their community. So definitely, we are there.
Yeah. I think it's the future, and I think it's something that everybody really wants. I mean, don't you want the brands that you love to look like the one how you want it? And you also mentioned gamification, and I know that Tatiana has very good tools for that. Can you share?
Right. We've been looking into social media marketing toolings for quite a bit, and the reality behind that, like what are the conversion rate that they're bringing? What are the real users and customers and different activations like airdrops, like any giveaways that we really know very well in Web3 and beyond. And what we figure out that it might be a better idea to target lower numbers, but with more quality of who you're involving, and spend a little bit of more time of building gamification mechanics that are more suitable for your community. And right now we're like running pilots, trying to figure out what's going to be like this golden set of techniques. And the obvious ones are lotteries, mini games, the next generation, many like conversation and going around multiplayer marketing when you involve your communities to stay longer, to slow down, and to learn in the process more about your brand. Same with all this conversation that you guys having about brand co-creation. But it starts with learning about mission of the brand. And we see when people are inviting the newcomers through giveaways or referrals, sometimes the first question, like, what is it about? Like, tell me, like, where did I come? And if it's something technological, something complicated, or if it's, say, even a fashion or e-commerce brand with a bigger mission that wants, like, better world, that wants to make an impact, they need to explain where the customers are coming. And that's what we're working on, to just develop no-code tools for brands to be able to create this environment easier.
And I think also know your product well, and build your product in mind with the people that are going to be the users. So for builders, Sofia, do you have any tips?
Actually, like we started PembRock Finance Marketing 2 years ago, and we haven't seen projects like Popula and vSelf, and it was very hard to catch this audience because DeFi project is very hard to explain, to educate people, and like now I'm like, oh my god, if they were then, it will be much more easier actually to engage everyone and then educate inside of the platform, because like the analytics is like a pain point for a lot of Web3 projects, but it was like 2 years ago. Like 2 years ago, there were nothing to measure. There was something like Vombi. They appeared like a year ago on Near, and then we tried some kind of project that is called Presence. Also, like they are trying to do off-chain and on-chain like together and with advertising, but like 2 years ago there was nothing to do. Like you were trying to catch those people, trying to educate them. You're preparing some courses with some gamification, and now I'm like, why? Why you appear so like? Have you been like here for 2 years ago? Please, but no, yeah. What I have in mind now is that these tools are very useful, but as Filippo said, that there should be people in your team that will learn this project. Like they have to be involved in this, like marketers that should pay a lot of attention to new features, and because they appear like not every day, okay, every month, but they appear like constantly, and you have to research, you have to find, try and test, like test for your project, is it working? Like take, I don't know, $500 a month and just test. Every new tool you have to test for your audience, it can work. So I think like testing and testing and testing, it's like the right choice.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask everyone, like, what is your biggest challenge that you're facing right now with marketing in the Web3? So we'll start with Filippo.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about specifically about marketing, I would say probably the fact that the Near ecosystem as it is now is not as big as it could be, right? Yeah. So obviously, whenever you target the users in the Near ecosystem, the choice is kind of limited to other, bigger ecosystems like Ethereum. So you already start from this, and that's why I think also vSelf and us, we are kind of looking at beyond the blockchain or crypto users, like native crypto users. How can we bridge the Web3 world with Web2? How can we make it easy for Web2 companies or users to actually access the tools that we are building? And this is obviously in our interest, first of all. But it's also a way to, grow the whole ecosystem, because as long as we just stay in this little pond, then we are not going to succeed truly. So definitely like finding ways, for example, Near already offers a lot of great tech that allows for meta transactions, account abstraction. So you can subsidize gas fees. You can, you don't need to have like a crypto wallet to access a certain platform. You can have access, log in with your email or Facebook or Twitter. So it's already making very easy to reach this goal, but definitely we need to
work on it.
To work very hard for that. Yes.
How do you feel, Tatiana?
Yeah, I can pick up right from here, talking about Web 2.5, because since what we're doing, we're trying to promote Web3 as a tool for marketing and for data analytics and for customer data management. When we start talking to brands outside of the Web3 world, they are not by default indoctrinated. And the same comes with investors in the same industry. Like, you're not hyping people just because it's cool, it's blockchain, it's crypto, and it's going to be tokenized. Nobody cares.
Not anymore, at least.
And I see that's it's not that easy to answer the question and find this honest value proposition, what are you going to get from that? Because if you mention anything crypto related, the reputation of this space outside right now is terrible. What you see on the news is like SBF trials all the time. That's the thing. You need to start creating a new image of Web3 and rebuild the language how we're talking about it, and be a little bit more modest. Like, forget about like 100x. You're talking about real usability, how you can remake the business processes from previous generation to the new one. And when we talk, for example, the brands from travel industry, we constantly hear complaints that what they use for customer data management right now is terrible. It's outdated. They're unhappy, but they just don't know what exists and don't know how much effort and resources they need to transition to this new generation of systems. They know Google Cloud, but Web3 should be the next step, just not to think about it, just to have ready-made solution with answers about KPIs, like why is it better? Why is it better for your business? So that's to have these answers. That's our current goal and that's current challenge.
Yeah, I like that we should start using more open web and Web3 instead of crypto.
Yes,
because
yeah.
that's just
Like crypto. No. Put this away. But blockchain, yeah, blockchain is cool, and you have to know all the benefits of blockchain and Web3. Yes, but like the crypto is spoiled. Like the word crypto is spoiled with all of these problems, and we have to focus more on bringing businesses to what is actually Web3 can make and what blockchain can make. I thought when you talk about the investors, I thought like my first thought was, what about AI? Do you have something from AI? Because like we don't want to invest in crypto anymore. We want to invest in something that is hype and that is AI. But actually, blockchain technologies can bring more like about data storage. Like it's amazing tool for reducing the costs. And but people like that is something about crypto, that about token, that about money. I don't want to I don't want to interact with it because it's something that will give me the loss of my money. And
yeah, it took a while for me to understand it as well when I started.
That's for all marketers. All marketers are like, we're not crypto.
But it's really the technology behind it that we can utilize it for more stuff, and it took a while for me to understand it as well, because we are not part of these like financial like dudes changing and feeling like the big guys or whatever. So yeah, is there anything else you want to share?
I think another interesting point maybe is data, because we're all kind of working on data, and this is also one challenge that we have. We are generating huge amount of data, more than Web2. And the interesting thing, the cool part is that nobody has a monopoly over this data, so anyone can tap into them, and this is super powerful. But then the value of a project or a service or a company is not like having the data, but like creating ways to create context around data and make sense of this data in a way that is useful for other users or brands or companies. So I think finding better ways to use the data that we have and that we will keep generating is going to be like a very interesting challenge, and it could be the source of
The next step.
good success for all these Web3 projects. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Everyone, we're going to be moving on into a 1-hour break now. There will be sessions ongoing here to help you find your co-founder, your hacker, if you're still looking for teammates for the hackathon. Otherwise, the program will continue at 2:30. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a good break. Just a quick note, we have these headphones here, so if you want to really focus in on the workshops, put those on and you will hear the speakers directly. Now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Guillermo and Jacob from Pagoda, and they're going to take us through a fascinating workshop.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here. Do I have a microphone? Can you hear me?
Check. I'm off too. Check.
It's like a silent thing, so you actually need to hear through the... Okay. No, I think that you need to use the headphones. I think yes. Right? Like, they're on. Can you hear me through the headphones?
Check. Hello.
Well, I mean...
Hello.
Please bear with us while we go through technical... We'll be back shortly. Can you hear me? No? Now, can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Let's see if we're all here. Anyway, otherwise, no, because if I yell, I'm going to be yelling in your ears. So I'm just going to speak normally, and hopefully if you just wear the headphones, you're going to be able to hear us. So my name is Guillermo. I'm developer relations at Pagoda.
I'm Jacob Nall. I'm a product designer at Pagoda.
Yeah, and today we're here to talk about separating the technology from the experience. Also known as trying to not talk about crypto and just focusing on solving problems.
Great. So I'm going to start with this, what I would like to call magic. So this is a Wi-Fi sharing flow from Apple. They've really done everything they can to remove every ounce of friction. I'm sure you guys have all connected to the internet before. I think something that's even harder than that is helping your parents connect to the internet. So I think Apple just really found a need. They had one goal, get people to connect to the internet, and they focused on that one thing. There's obviously a lot of complexity around Wi-Fi and security. They eliminated all that in favor of this one use case.
Now, if you ask a Web3 engineer to solve exactly the same problem, it will most probably look like this. I mean, at the end, you are managing to connect to Wi-Fi, that's true, but this might be like a barrier for most of the people. Most of the people, they just want to connect to internet. They don't want to know about the IP, the DNS. Like, I have configured my DNS, and some people won't, but it's most probably not everyone. And that's exactly the problem that we have in Web3. We are building too much of this and too few of the magic. So
right. We're not saying this stuff's not important, right?
So we think that it is time to change the narrative. Or if I could just summarize the whole talk in one sentence, just saying crypto won't bring users and won't save you.
So I guess we want to ask, what's the role of our technology? You know, I would love this ad from Brother Printers. I'm sure most of you have used a printer, and this is really all we wanted to do, right? Like, if you're building a printer, you might say, "Man, this is gonna change the world," right? And I think we like to talk about that a lot in blockchain and Web3. You know, of course, we believe that down the road, a lot of the things we're building will change the world, but I think our role right now and the role of that specific Web3 lingo and technology needs to be behind the scenes. That alone won't change the world. It's more of how people will use it to build compelling apps and products. I borrowed this slide from my esteemed design leader, Sarah. People don't need blockchain. They don't need DAOs. They need them to do things to help them solve problems, like a way to make money, to give them a purpose, something to worry about their data disappearing. So let's stop overemphasizing the whole Web3 side of things. So we're going to start with a couple things we've learned at Pagoda about building for the audience you want to reach. I want to just reiterate that it's all about who you're aiming for. Of course, some of the products we build in the space are very technical for a very good reason. We have a lot of power users and people who are passionate about Web3. But to be honest, I think we've about tapped that audience out. I think we need to start building for people that need their problems solved and not people who are just like fanboys about Web3. One of the first things we learned, Sarah mentioned in her talk, simple is such a powerful word. Everybody loves to use that word. But I think it's a big concept that we're trying to focus on at Pagoda with some of the products we're building. FastAuth, for example. There's other products on NEARCON, Shard Dog that are really focused on eliminating a lot of the lingo. Stops talking about Web3. Stop saying blockchain. We're also trying to delay or eliminate as much friction as possible. So of course, like, we get the utility of seed phrases and ownership and all that, but it's not for everybody. And I think we need to reassess how we're doing that. Another thing that I think we're focused on is trying to build seamless experiences. So, you know, when you get to a Web3 app, you connect your wallet. I mean, that's already a blocker for a lot of people. That's something they have to do. They have to go to a third-party experience to even start using your app. A lot of the time, you need to come with assets already. So we're basically charging admission to do something that, you know, we might not even be familiar with, or it might not even have value to us in the first place. One thing that we're doing at Pagoda, we are working on a relayer service to help eliminate gas fees for users. So you could sponsor gas fees within your app, let users try it out. Maybe there's a ramp for them to do something differently, but I think getting started, things like the relayer really help. Also put thoughtful disclosure up here, so basically saying what's relevant when it matters. We don't always have to start and give a full contract code to review. How can we boil that down to something that's easy for users to do in context, which brings me to my last and favorite point, which is context matters. So I spent a lot of my time working on the FastAuth product, and a lot of the criticism around that product is about getting to a traditional crypto wallet. I really want to push back on that that inclination that that's where users need to go. Users don't need a wallet. They need a way to confirm transactions. They need a way to house their identity and their assets. So a lot of the things we build, there's so much context switching, redirect to another app, change your chain, change your network. We've found that these elements of friction really impact the experience negatively. One thing we're doing, part of our FastAuth package, is a signer app, so you can embed some of the signing within your app directly, and instead of having to redirect to your wallet all the time. And also, we're working on some multi-chain interoperability. So if you come to Web3 via Near and you decide you want to start using Ethereum apps, that shouldn't be as complex as it is today. So we're trying to solve those problems as well.
Yeah, and so that's important to say that we actually learned this by making those mistakes. So what we are now going to try to do is to give you some nice strategies for building applications that users will actually want to build. Again, not because we're geniuses, but because we went through all of those problems for you. So if you want to take notes or take pictures, that will be very beneficial for your applications. So the first one is that we want to say, do not assume that the users want to have a wallet or that they have access to crypto. And this is very important. And I want to highlight that we're saying do not assume. Like, some users want to have a wallet, and that's okay. But that's most probably not most of them. And then accessing to crypto is also very, very complicated, because sometimes we make accessing to wallets super simple. Like, we have the web.wallet.near. That was a web wallet. You had to install nothing. But then how do people actually get the crypto? And that's a huge stopper, especially depending where they are, right? Like, there are countries where getting crypto is easier, and there are countries where getting crypto is like basically impossible. So because of that, we have created some solutions that we think that will be very beneficial for you. One of them is FastAuth, which basically allows a user to just log in and get a Near account using their email, which is very nice because they don't need to remember seed phrases. They don't need to, go around with some weird crypto lingo. They just log in with their email, like we used to do for the past 15 years in the web, which is, right, like what everyone knows. And otherwise, if you don't want to create FastAuth because you don't want to go through a relayer because like the technicalities maybe is too far away for what you need, you can try to use keep-on trial accounts. Keep-on trial accounts basically allow you to create an account, to create a key that is linked to an account that you can just give to a user, and that account is very limited on what they can do. You can say, like, I want them on the first step to do this, on the second step to do this, on the third step we're going to give them some fungible tokens, some NFT, but you have complete and total control over what you're going to be, over what your users are going to be doing. And while it's not here, I also want to say that in any case, if you just want to give some frictionless experience to your users, you can also create always an application in the Near testnet, because like that's for testing, and it's a great way to just showcase people how it works. So that will be the first tip. The second one is to reduce the jargon. And this is incredibly important, and this is something that we do so well. I always talk with everyone about how in crypto we love to come up with acronyms that absolutely no one will understand. So we can talk about CK, FT, DAOs, DEX, NFTs, and a lot of things that actually mean nothing for most of the users. So just focus on talking about the problem. So it's important that the users know that they are having an FT, like a fungible token, or the important part is that they know that they have some sort of like reward token that they can then use to claim some digital asset, which is way better to say than NFT, or to say like, hey, you know what, you can be part of like a community and vote, and you're gonna have like, your vote is gonna have some weight. And that's so much simpler than saying DAO, which conveys little to no information for basically anyone that you want to use your application. And that's also why we added this question. Is like, do you know the tech stack of your favorite app? Because I don't, and I enjoy them anyway. So it's not so important, like if it's running in a blockchain using an NFT in order to vote in a DAO. It's about, like you are part of a community and you can do something about it in that community.
Yeah, I just add, like, these things are almost act like inside jokes, right? Like we alienate a whole group of people when we start using these internal terms, and we should, if we really believe what we say, we're about inclusivity. Yeah, and we don't have to know how what we're building works. Like, we stop putting it on the front page. Another tip: avoid technicalities. So I think the way we convey information, I think that especially in Web3 decentralized apps, we especially us in the space, we really value the transparency. We value the let's show them, it's the user's responsibility to review this contract code and make a decision that's sound for them. But man, that's scary. I think one point I put on another slide is like everything is scary. If you're trying to use an app that you think is Web3, all of us are on alert, but a new user especially. So the more input you require from them, it's going to create fear, and they're going to have a harder time making sound decisions. Like if you, for example, in Near, one thing that I'm trying to evangelize is how we add limited access keys. Okay, that's like a pretty low stakes confirmation. I mean, maybe there's a way we can just skip that, right? Like, do we need to every time we do any basic thing on the blockchain ask for permission or confirm a response?
Yeah, and it's also important to say that, again, like these are mistakes that we also make. For example, if you use near.org, many times the first time that you're going to use something, a terminal will appear saying like, are you sure you want to execute this code? And we know that it's not a terminal. We know that it's just the JSON representation of the data that you're going to save in the blockchain. But for most of the people, they're asking me, what is happening? Why do I have suddenly like a black screen showing me code? Which I am, like a developer, I know that it's not code. But so again, like it's important to it's important to let the user know that an action happened, but maybe the exact transaction hash where that happened and the smart contract, the code that it executed, maybe that's not so relevant for your application.
Yeah, and this is just one of the final tips about building complete experiences or seamless experiences. When we started FastAuth and we were trying to introduce it to some partners, they were asking questions like, well, if I take my assets out of this app and put it in my account or my wallet, like how can I see that? And I think that if that's an expectation of your users and you think that's important to your experience, you should build that within your app. Don't assume that people are going to know, like, oh, like I can do more with this with a wallet. Like if you're trying to build an experience within your app, everything needs to be there for them to be successful. For example, like if you have some sort of loyalty program where you want to see the assets that you have, like you should build a gallery right there within your app. Don't expect some user to like open it up in a wallet, my Near wallet or something, and like see their assets there. Every time we do that, I think we're having drop off. We're like expecting too much from users. Maybe they'll get there eventually. We call that progressive onboarding at Pagoda. Like you start with an account and then maybe you need assets and then maybe you become a power user. But I think let's start with what matters and emphasize that in context, complete experience.
Yeah, and just to add another point to this, something that we have built in order to try to simplify these kind of problems is that now we have the blockchain operating system where there are like more than 10,000 components. So if you want to do something, most probably we have a component for that, and if not, you can just create a component, and other people will also start being like, it's going to be beneficial not only for your application, but also for the community. So think about like building complete experiences by composing different small experiences and make sure that everything is there.
Yeah, I think for us to really win and build compelling apps, it's important to like break apart what we've been kind of building like as an all-in-one experience. Obviously, I'm talking a lot about wallets because I work on FastAuth, but you know, FastAuth's great for power users. It's all there. You can top up, you can send, you can receive, you can see your gallery, transactions, whatever. But that is definitely confusing to a lot of people. I think that even though that might feel convenient to us, that's pretty complex to some people. And then when we, to Guillermo's point about the components, I think, yeah, that's why we're breaking these pieces out so you can build things that are intrinsic to your specific flow. You don't need to expect that they can do that thing another way. Just make it a part of what you're doing.
Yeah. So, summary. I know that what we're saying sounds very obvious, and it's one of those things that it sounds so obvious that then we have to ask them why nobody else is doing it, right? Like, or why we didn't do it. And so I'm a researcher, and in research we always say that when someone explains to you something and it sounds like obvious and no one is doing it, it's because it was not so obvious, but it's something that you should actually be doing. So remember, your users do not necessarily want a wallet. They might, and there are users that might want a wallet, but maybe that hampers them more than you actually think, and maybe that hampers adoption way more than what you think. It's hard to get crypto, so also take that into account. Maybe you will want to use FastAuth. Maybe you want to use Keep'em. Try to build things that are composable. Okay, so don't try to throw everything at once. And if you feel like your user should have a tool, then build that tool. And
yeah, reduce the jargon. You know, don't say blockchain. Like, we wear it like a badge of honor, and I think that's cool. Like, we obviously are all geeked about Web3, but you know, this next crop of users we're trying to get, if we're really trying to get mass adoption, I challenge you guys, like, bring back the magic. You know, put this stuff behind the scenes. How much can you reduce? Like, start there, and then I think we'll be on a clearer path to success. All right, I think that's basically all of our tips. Thank you guys for listening. We can take some questions if you want. We still have 10 minutes, so.
Does anyone have any question?
Yeah. Yeah. Totally. That's
should we
hard.
repeat the question just in case?
Like, yeah.
So the question is like, how should you manage then like a DeFi application?
Yeah, that's a pretty hard one, because that's very, even just in that term DeFi, right? Like, we've already lost, right? Like, we've already said a term that's unfamiliar to people. But maybe there's a way we can embed stuff like that, like staking, liquidity pools, in a way that's familiar without all of the jargon around that. And also opportunities for education I might bring up. There's always, at least we're finding it's helpful to sprinkle in some educational opportunities, like, oh, well, you know, this is kind of what's happening, but it really depends on your use case.
It's also important to remember that in Web3, we're usually not like inventing something completely new. We're usually just using a blockchain to solve a well-known problem. So for example, if what you have is an exchange, and you know, like, the important part is that the users can come with some sort of asset and go out with some other kind of asset. And there, is it really, you know, like, what's the important part for your application, right? Because every single decentralized finance application will be different. But maybe the only part that you care is about the fact that they can arrive and suddenly get some token, see that they have some token, and then exchange that token in some way. And that's DeFi right there. But the user, you know, like, I don't know how my bank operates. I have no idea what blockchain, but what database they use. It's like Postgres? No idea. What I know is that I enter into my bank account, I transfer something, and suddenly, I don't know, my mom has money, and that's what we want. Like, we never have discussions about, like, hey, mom, you know, like, maybe you should open a bank account in I don't know where, because I heard that their database is like, and that's the important part. It's like, even when it's DeFi, it's just about, it's the experience, the important part. It's not the DeFi.
Yeah, I'd say like focus on what's familiar to like outside of blockchain, investment, interest rates, don't do too many complex blockchainy language. I'm trying to think. So we're working on this like multi-chain side of FastAuth, and we're trying to like eliminate some of these complex flows like bridging or like sending across chains. How do we like mitigate those that are hard for even us who are like experts, or not experts, but proficient at using Web3? How do we make that feel just like any other flow? So I guess that'd be my advice if you were gonna build something like DeFi and bring it down to a different user level.
Yeah, especially in DeFi, where like I feel like a lot of the talk on DeFi centers on like being the owner of your own assets, and that's super important for Web3. And again, we want to clarify, we have nothing against Web3. I mean, clearly, right? Like we are in NEARCON. It's more about how we talk with the users. And if you focus so much on like having like that the user has complete ownership on something, maybe you lose usability. And there has to be a sweet spot where there's people that I just want to exchange things. And if it is my wallet with my key, with my I don't know what, because at the end of the day, I know that everything is about decentralization and seeing how few people you can trust, but bringing users and getting users is about building that trust. So there has to be a balance in your application at some point. Yeah, exactly. It's about, again, we're not saying don't build complex applications or don't give the user the opportunity to, mess with their settings. It's more about there has to be a balance at some point of like which kind of user you want to attract. And some of them prefer a simple view, and some of them prefer, to go with their IP and DNS server and etc.
Yeah, one example I think of is Family Wallet. I don't know if you guys are familiar. It's a newer Ethereum-based wallet. I was really excited when they were promoting and marketing that app. I thought it was going to be beautiful and simple, and it is beautiful. But man, they really let me down with how much jargon and how much they built that app for blockchain users, which is fine. It's a wallet, we get it. But I just thought that the way their marketing and everything really made it sound like they were gonna take a leap. They were gonna take a risk and make something for normal people.
I guess we will have to do it. So, any other questions? Yes, please. But I will even go one step like behind that and say that maybe that's not so much of the users, because so the question was about like how do we make people feel that their account, passphrase or something is valuable so they pay enough attention to not try to lose it. And I will say that actually we in Web3 we maybe need to start thinking on the other side, and it's like how are we gonna start reacting when people lose their things, because that's I guess bound to happen. Like we can explain them, right? Like we can put like a sign like this which is red and says like bad things happen if you that's explaining. But I will say yeah no completely. But I mean, what I would say is that in crypto we need to start thinking about actually like the other side, which is like knowing that our users are going to be bound to lose things, like how can we actually act on that? Because everyone loves their seed phrases and their seed phrase until they lose it, and now they hate crypto. And this is a reality. Like whenever we're in the forum, and everyone loves Web3 until they lose their crypto key, and then it's terrible. So I think that maybe it's up to us, the developers, to start creating something which is like, okay, you know what? We have this system where you can hold valuable things, and in case you lose them, we have a way to recover them for you. Of course, you will have to trust us, but then, you know, it's a trade-off. It's like, do you want to keep it yourself? Sure, do it. Careful. Like, you can warn them, but there's so much that you can do for the user at the end of the day. And I think that's something that I would actually like to see way more is institutions that look more close to centralized finance, but that they run in a blockchain. So I would like to see, you know, something closer to a bank on crypto, but that is easy to migrate off from. So I would like that the blockchain and the technology allows you to be in a place that you feel safe and go out as soon as you don't feel safe, which might be, you know, saying like, hey, okay, you know, like, this is actually your key, bring it somewhere else, and, you know, this is the transfer wizard, or someone else outside can help you say like, ah, okay, those are your, actually, that's your wallet, yeah, okay, we can put it here now. So I will, again, this is about changing that mentality. Maybe it's not so much in the user, but on like, what can we do to help real users who gonna lose their crypto
I would just
keys?
say, you know, urgency of your seed phrase and the importance of it is one problem, but the real problem is users losing access to their account. So if we can solve that problem first, we don't really need, like, some people like might need to worry about their seed phrase, but I think some of the things we brought up, shard dog, keepom, fastoth, those things are eliminating the idea of seed phrases entirely. And they're tying your account to something familiar like an email. Us who might be like maximalists about custody or whatever, and fastoth is non-custodial, but you know, it's about changing the narrative. So instead of them owning their seed phrase, like they own their account, and it's through something familiar that they know they can recover. Of course, like maybe they want to graduate one day to have feeling more ownership with their seed phrase, and maybe if their account reaches a certain value within your app, you want to like even encourage them to back that with a hardware wallet. So it's really about the context of your experience. I think that the fastoth solution isn't perfect for every app, right? Like if it's something that requires like a lot of wallet interoperability, then maybe you want to just have connect wallet button. But I think it's just about thinking about what's right for your users. And what we're finding is we need to address a whole new market of users with stuff like fastoth, that accounts are secured with emails or passwords instead of seed phrases, something more familiar.
Yeah. One last 40-second question. 35-second question. No, if not.
I'll be here all week if you guys want to talk about anything fastoth or simplifying your experience.
You will also see me around, and thank you so much for being here, and we hope you have a great conference. Thank you.
Thanks.
Please welcome our MC to the stage, Near Foundation's Abhishek Vaidyanathan. Please welcome our MC to the stage, Near Foundation's Abhishek Vaidyanathan.
All right, let's see if this works. Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I'm late. I didn't realize how far the other venue was. Thrilled to be here. We've got a very exciting session coming up, but first, let's hear it up for our previous speakers. Let's give them a little round of applause. Let's go. All right, this one is going to be a great chat. It's in the trenches between Web 2 and Web 3, and we've got Olivier and Sandi. Sandi from Calimero, Olivier from ParcelChain. They're going to be speaking and comparing and contrasting Web 2 and Web 3, varying approaches and philosophies. Please welcome them up to the stage, Olivier and Sandi. Let's go, everybody. Woo!
Hello, everyone.
Hello, can you hear us? Works, amazing. So first off, maybe we can start with an introduction. Olivier, you can start, maybe just a few words about yourself I can introduce, and then we can dive into the topic.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olivier. As a short introduction, I joined Google in 2005, and I'm one of the co-founders of Google Cloud in Europe. I've been there for 10 years and acted as CTO for all these years. Hopefully, this is experience I can share today and make a few parallels with Web3. I've been also helping a lot of companies in transforming through cloud, some of their business, mainly in the finance area, helping a few large banks to transform, as much as in the logistics arena. I was, 2 years CTPO for a logistics organization in Barcelona called PAC Logistics, Series C to Series D. And more recently, I co-founded ParcelChain. ParcelChain, in a few words, is the Uber for parcel deliveries. We help connect individual commuters, you and I, traveling every single day, to merchants looking for parcel transport. By doing so, we're acting responsibly, and we're providing a last-mile sustainable offering. Obviously, at the same time, we're bringing money to all our local commuters.
Okay, so my name is Sandi. I used to work at Facebook. I joined Near as an early engineer, first infrastructure engineer, and currently I'm a CEO of Calimero, which is essentially private sharding and private data layer on Near. And today we're just gonna try to discuss what were the similarities between Web 2 and Web 3, what were the hard things in Web 2 which people forget maybe, which have to be solved similar to Web 3. So I have this question, when you have to say what would be the Web 3 adoption, how do you see Web 3 adoption right now from your perspective, looking back? What would you say?
Well, I must say, just coming to this conference feels very energizing when I see how passionate people are all around. So I feel the buzz like in many years when I was Google. I feel, to answer your question, I feel Web 3 is really still in the innovators phase, if we just referencing to Jeffrey's more crossing the chasm bell curve. But still, we can see the premise of some of the early adopters trying to leverage some of the core capabilities of Web 3. I still feel, back to the innovator stage, it still feels really hard. ParcelChain is a Web 3 application, so we've obviously been building onto Calimero's, but it still feels really hard for engineers, to pass this learning curve and really adopt Web 3, start understanding smart contracts and how you can chain them together. So I still feel like there is a certain step for the whole engineering community to hop onto the Web 3 environment. And I think Web 3 does things really, really well, but it doesn't do everything. And I think like every single major technology change, you should leverage and you should focus on what it does really well. At ParcelChain, as an example, we enjoy the immutability of transactions. We enjoy the ability of managing ownership through NFTs and the simplicity to integrate wallets. But we don't expect everything to be delivered through Web 3. So we're still using a hybrid model where some of the capabilities are on Web 2 and some on Web 3. And last and least, I would say not everything is real time. And when you're thinking about Web 3 transactions, they're not sub-second yet. So again, trying to map some of the capabilities that you can build on these days and how these match to use cases is potentially where we are.
Okay, sounds good. For me, I wanted to give a tangent. Please. When I joined from Facebook to the Web3 space, I was always interested, how can we build applications which everybody can use, applications which will be scalable, usable, and stuff. And like in our perspective, now we built some basic product demos after like 4 years being at Near, where the user experience is not so bad, and like we are kind of every year getting there more and more. So like my question for you is like, how do you see this like innovation takes time perspective? Like how was it from your perspective in cloud? Like was everything immediate as you would expect? Google is a big organization, or even in the 90s, what do you think? Like is it as fast? Is Web3 slower than the other things, or it's?
No, I think Web3, like most of the other technologies which kind of disrupted the place, think cloud in the same way, usually take about 10 years to really solidify within the ecosystem and bring benefits to almost every single customer. So cloud was no different. Just to give you some milestones so you can reflect on, when I was Google, we launched Google Apps in 2008. The first enterprise customer joined in June 2009. So that was about a year and a half later. And the first customer was about 10,000 users. So it wasn't just a small step. It was really kind of an endorsement from the wider IT community that there could be large organizations leveraging cloud technologies to replace some of the backbone of the IT environment. Messaging and collaboration at the time was core. So it's interesting to see that this takes time. Even though now we might feel like it's normal and everyone is really using cloud as a stepping stone for building applications, it wasn't at all in 2008. And you have these kind of different milestones which basically kind of open up every single time. So this first customer in France, which basically endorsed Google Apps, pulled the whole market up. I mean, a lot of small organizations were using Google Apps, but there was immediately an acceleration in the adoption. And I think where was the tipping point was about 2 years later, BBVA was the first bank to go Google. That means the 30,000 users endorsed Google Apps as much as started using cloud as an underpinning environment to run some of the applications. So they really shared the vision that we had at the time that cloud ultimately would be the back end of every single IT shop. And this was a tsunami, to be candid. This really had a tsunami effect in the sense that people didn't feel like any bank would ever go cloud because they immediately felt there would be regulatory constraints, there would be data privacy issues. And these were points that we obviously worked upfront with regulators, with customers, just to reassure them on how data was being managed, how we could comply at the time with different regulatory constraints. So yeah, I think from the outside it always feels like it's easy. It wasn't, and I think Web3 is no different. Web3 will take time for accelerating. We'll potentially use different channels, some B2C, which I've heard a lot today, some B2B as well. And ultimately, this will be, a stepping stone in the platform being used in the future.
Sounds good. I have one more question. I always like to ask, like, what are the values people like in the open web? What brings them here? I said, like, when I joined from Near, from Facebook to Near, like, one of the things for me which was very important was, this data ownership thing. And like now, working at Near and working in Calimero, we kind of have the two values which brings us one side privacy to make sure that the users and companies have the rights to privacy, on the other side that they get the data ownership. So I think the question I wanted to ask you for ParcelChain, the company you're currently running, how come it came into Web3 and like what do you see as the biggest values you can capitalize on Web3 which is different from Web2?
I think I'll start with your point. I mean, it might sound interesting, from my background at Google. I think Google has probably done the best, acting as the best safeguard of, users' data. And I think I can tell you from the inside, they really do everything they can to protect users' data constantly from any infringement, whatever it could be. I really believe in Web3 as a way to keep the users in control of their own data. And I think for me, this is the next paradigm change where, people can see the evolution from Web2 to Web3. Why did we go Web3 at ParcelChain? Well, exactly along these lines. If you think of, if you step back a little bit on the delivery environment, there are major issues for us every day as we get parcels being delivered. The number one is there's a lot of data and labels that you receive. Everyone can simply know your address, eventually your phone number, if this is written on labels. and get access to a lot of sensitive data. So again, when you reflect back on Web3, you're like, wow. But in real, we're already sharing a lot of private data without taking care of. So I think our attempt to use Web3 at ParcelChain was really leveraging this fact. There is no need for labels on parcels. There is no need to frontline sensitive information as long as we can keep users in control of the data on our platform. That was the number one point. The second was obviously we need immutability of transactions. Finance is no different, or logistics is no different than finance. Obviously finance makes sense because we think about financial transactions, but it's the same in logistics. I'm going to give you an example. I ordered a book on Amazon. I'm living in a small village in France, which is probably like 15 kilometers away from the next city, where the warehouse is. And even though I ordered on Amazon, the parcel never got delivered. So what happened is a couple of days later, Amazon was notifying me that the shipment was done and delivered, but no one came to my door. The carrier decided not to come to my door, and the reason was simple. It takes them too much. It cost them too much to come and drive half-empty a truck to bring this book to me. This is what we're calling in the industry a fake delivery, and it's happening more and more. Why is this important? Because Amazon doesn't even know that the carrier didn't bring the book to me. And obviously what's impacting Amazon is I become an unhappy customer like many others. So why immutability of transaction can really help us is we can finally provide tracing of who does what along the way. So we keep track of who is liable if an incident happens, and basically bring this liability back to them. And same, I'm sure you've maybe experienced the fact that sometimes you expected something to be delivered and you never received anything. What do? You call back the retailer, and the retailer will ship you another parcel again, doubling the cost. So on one side, it's like keeping track of everything. On the other, it's obviously fighting fraud that is really happening within the logistic environment. So again, these were the core reasons of why we wanted to go Web3. Obviously, as we're building ParcelChain, we're building this as a platform. So far, we have a single service, which is about shipment. But next, there will be more as we expect. And having this wallet integration makes things really simple. So we can have liquidity on the platform. You could basically buy something and resell another. And we basically build this sense of community along the way. So this was definitely really important to us.
Yeah, I have one more topic, which we discussed many times, and I think it's very interesting for the people to hear about it. So when we started Calimero as the company, private sharding, we wanted to target enterprise customers, and I had a very hard time talking to enterprises, months of talking, and never happened something. And then we kind of decided to focus on companies who are trying to sell to enterprises to build on top of us. And there's always this discussion for many years, Web3 will be an enterprise-used product, and many people disagree. From your perspective, what do you think that we as a Web3 industry have to do to get to the point where enterprises are using us as a default thing? And will it ever happen? Maybe it just becomes this anarchy thing, which we say enterprises never use blockchain because of, I don't know why.
I think in 2005, when I joined Google, people were telling me I was joining a dummy search company. No one believed that how simple was search on the consumer side could be brought inside the enterprise because, of course, enterprise had richer, more complex environment and data. The evidence is not. But it takes time, and I think it takes multiple channels for you to become the de facto player, so making Web3 a de facto for everyone. First, you've got to look at all different channels. It's really important that, from a consumer front and, Near being, mainnet, being a front line to everything happening in the ecosystem is really important because it brings visibility, it validates the technicality behind it, the scalability, and all these facts. And, this is one of the three channels. So obviously, you go consumer, public consumers, then you move into the B2C environment where it's a lot of small shops looking for leveraging Web3 in one way or the other. And the third is really the enterprise, which brings more loyalty, trust, which is also much harder to enter because you've got to prove yourself. You may be asked to do, to add features that you may not have. So it's always, trying to find the equilibrium in between what is reasonable, what is making sense for the product to be shipped into the enterprise world, as much as, what it's good at. And making sure, again, that's the point I was making earlier, you're not a one-stop shop. You don't want everything to happen on Web3. You want, what you're really best at to happen on Web3. and basically play integration with everything else. So I think for me, the answer to that is you need to look after the whole 3 channels. They all have benefits. You know, obviously, it goes faster on the B2C channel than it would go on B2B. It's also, you know, higher churn, so you've got to keep on people, you know, with new features, with the speed and velocity that they would expect. And at the same time, you know, enterprise gives you the solidity and the foothold that you want to, you know, land, you know, maybe small initially, but expand very quickly, so you've got a larger foot stake later. I'll give you some examples just to resonate a bit more. When we started with Google Cloud, you know, you might think Google Apps, but they were also, you know, really important building blocks for us at the time. I can think of BigQuery or just App Engine. When Kate and William got married in the UK, they obviously had a need to have like a website to let everyone, you know, stay aware and share best wishes to the royal princess and prince. And they basically used App Engine at the time. And App Engine basically really helped us, you know, spinning up this environment very quickly, scale to millions of hits whenever they got married, and then just vanish and disappear like 2 or 3 weeks later. It was very economical, it was really simple to manage, and it fitted really well this use case. We also worked with the National Security Organization in the UK because we wanted to be able to trove, you know, millions and billions of data records, medical records, to see and detect any insights for specific diseases. And this is when BigQuery really fitted well. So I think the difference in between enterprise and B2C is it's not a one-stop shop. You've got to identify the use case, what part of, you know, the play will work extremely well, for which there is no competition whatsoever, and then, you know, land there, however small it might seem initially, but because this will grow and land much bigger later. So again, very different approach, still with the same portfolio of products, obviously.
Okay. We have 4 more minutes. I have a hot question.
I'm talking a lot.
Yeah, no, that's good. We want to hear your opinion. They can hear me every day. I talk too much either way. So, one thing, when I joined the space, DeFi was very hot. I never liked the DeFi. Tokenize everything in the world. Tokenize this, tokenize that, tokenize this. We share a perspective which is similar around it, and I can talk about tokenizing everything. But I would love to hear your opinion as, like, what do you think about tokenizing everything? Is the value of blockchain just tokenizing everything, or is there something else there behind it?
I think there is, at least in the outside world, a lot of confusion because people think, you know, Web3 and blockchain and Web3 and DeFi is kind of the same, and I feel like it's really 2 different things. You know, DeFi for me is really business transformation. It's about disrupting the financial environment and providing something which is, you know, really unique in terms of decentralization of payments. So definitely something which is appealing, but really fits within the business transformation arena. I think when we talk about Web3, it's really underpinning a whole transformation, whichever industry you sit in. So it feels very much along the lines of cloud or, you know, virtualization, anything else which we've seen in the past, which, you know, you might, you know, underestimate initially, but has fundamental changes down the line. So yeah, definitely, I mean, I'm a technologist by background, so I feel much more appealed, you know, as you know, by Web3 than I would by DeFi. But again, I think we have to split these 2 together so Web3 doesn't get hindered because people confuse the 2 together.
Okay, one more question. I thought there's gonna be more. Let me ask you one more. I have like ad hoc questions. Are regulations slowing down Web3? What do you think? Regulations and Web3. You say you talked about you talked about cloud companies were not willing to adopt cloud because of security and privacy concerns and regulation. How do you think that applies into Web3?
Well, I think in the same way, right? People will be asking, you know, okay, but where is still sitting the data? Who could eventually access my data? So as part of my role within the Google Cloud environment, I was also helping building the roadmap in terms of certifications for you know, Google Cloud to be accessible across multiple environments. and the challenge is obviously as you build a global infrastructure, you're still hitting local regulators, and you've got to eventually, you know, split and dice things just to suit the local regulators. So I think the same applied at the time. If you think of cloud, no one could walk inside a Google data center to see how data was stored, and for good reasons to be candid, because everything was virtualized. So it's not like one server was owning more data of one service than another. It was changing constantly and fully dynamic, and it was just trying to help explain to regulators what was done upfront in terms of guidance and policies, so that they would, any enterprise customers could still have access, and only them have access to their own data. So a lot of it was around recommendation, was around communications, was around providing clear principles to the outset on how Google was handling the data. And I think the same applies with Web3, right? I trust, you, Calimero, and Near to do the right things from a background, from a regulatory perspective, so I can comply as well as a customer of yours, and make sure that you also hosting my data correctly. So I think a lot of it is down to communication, explaining things, explaining how technology can map to some of us specificities to the outside. And I think the simpler it is, the better. You want to go against complexity and really explain very simply to people how technology is being managed.
Okay, we have 5 more seconds. One quick question. First word which pops to your mind when you hear open web. One word.
Freedom.
Freedom. All right. Trust for me. So thank you very much for the time. I
Thank
hope
you
you enjoyed it. Thank you, Olivier, for coming
Pleasure.
here. And yeah.
Go Web3.
See you. Bye.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, let's give it up once again for Sandi and Olivier for a great conversation. I actually should have introduced myself. I'm actually senior legal counsel at the NEAR Foundation. Every time I hear regulation, I kind of wince a little. So full disclaimer, the NCON token is not a security, so I don't think there's anything to fear there. We've got our next session coming up, social Lego blocks, what B.O.S offers to Web3 builders. Very excited to welcome Eugene from Proximity Labs up to the stage to give a presentation. Please welcome Eugene to the stage, everybody.
Hey everyone, my name is Eugene. I'm a founder of Near Social, and that's how all the B.O.S started. And today I'm going to talk more about what you can do on the social side of this instead of just building apps for entire web. So before we begin, so that talk going to be mostly technical with a lot of visuals, but hopefully you're all going to enjoy it. So another disclaimer, you probably want to know some basics about how it all works, otherwise you'll be confused. But there's going to be a link at the end that you can use to get all the slides. So let's get started. So first, we're going to talk about social components. So what are actual building blocks of a social applications and how they actually stored in the decentralized social platform? So first is a profile. It's fairly simple. It's probably the simplest thing you can do. And behind it, we have a decentralized database that is unique and accessible by every single user. So users can only store data under their own accounts. And I'll show how it works. So there's a simple B.O.S VM command that you can do to get the profile data. So in this case, you have first request a command called social.get. It takes the account ID. Then we say what you want to retrieve, for example, profile, and then you get a double asterisk to retrieve all the data under profile. So expand the object. You pass final to indicate the finality of this data, and final is just going to retrieve it from the server, so it can do very large amount of data. And the data you get in the following format. It's basically a JSON starting from the root where the first key is the account, and then you get subpass data, so in this case profile, and all the information that we store for a profile. So that's why it's very simple. It's just data that we store for a user for a given profile. So there's like image, and it's stored as NFT. There's a description that user posted about their profile and name, and maybe a background image that is a hash on IPFS. So the next thing is the graph. So that's how you keep connections in a social data. So in any network, you have people you follow, or like being friends with, or you like, and then people who follow you back. So in order to get this data, you need two things, right? We get data from graph under a key follow for me. And that way we can get who I follow. And if you want to get the data that who follows me, because they cannot write under my profile, I have to retrieve it in inverse. I'm saying who are all the accounts that have a key under graph who follow my account. If you execute it, we get the following. So on the left, you get pretty standard. You get a list of people who follow you. And on the right, you get the kind of inverse object. It starts with an account, and then it has a bunch of keys indicating, all right, they follow me, and so on. So that's how you can do kind of inverse edges in a graph. Now, the next piece is a post. So how people actually write anything on a social network, they create text that getting stored on a chain. To get the post, you go to a specific key called post.main/main, and you get the information. And it's stored slightly different. Instead of being an object which contains text, type, and stuff like this, it's stored as a string, but not a simple string, but JSON serialized string. We do this because we don't want to store this data forever, and to decrease storage, we want to override this data. Because on Near protocol, you're only paying for the data that is stored in a state. So you don't pay for the data that was previously written and later deleted. So in this case, that message is effectively a single string that can be overwritten. But how you get data from the past, right? The post that was before this. So for this, we have to go back, and we use indices. So what is an index? Index is a specific key in the database that is getting parsed by the server. So here's an example. When you post a new message, you also write a specific key under a namespace index, and that key is, in this case, post. So this post is an action. And it should be, again, just like serialized JSON string that contains two attributes, key and value. Key is what a unique key that you would aggregate data on. So in this case, we say just a main feed. And the value, it can be any data that you want to store in addition to this. So every time you write into the index, a server indexes this data, and it will serve you using the custom API called social.index. So for example, we say, hey, give me an action post where the key is main, and we also filter by account ID. And if you do this, well, you get all the posts that account ever written. And the way you get it is account ID, a block height, when it was created, and then a value that was specified. So using this information, you can reconstruct the feed. Basically, now we can say, all right, who was all the people that posted into this index called main? And we can request it using command social.index. How we do this? Well, we say, all right, now do not filter by the account ID and just give me everyone who ever posted anything, but make an order descending and give me a limit at most 10 posts. And here you are. You get the index of everyone who ever posted under their account namespace and the values. So that allows us to actually create a feed of posts on a main page. Still no custom logic on a server except for this magic indexing, but makes it very powerful. Now, how we do likes. So if you're familiar with Lens, they actually don't store likes on a blockchain. So instead, they like, all right, here's our server, let's keep likes there. We instead decided to store likes. And without inventing anything custom for this, we just reuse the previous stuff, like storing data either under your account or into an index. So how we get the certain likes? For this, we need to know what item was liked. So we need to introduce items. So what is the item? So in social, an item is effectively this structure. So it has a type. So for example, if it's social, it means it's stored in the database, social DB. Then it has a path, which indicates where the data is written in the absolute path. So in this case, a root.near is account ID, post main is the path, and then a block height. And the block height is when this data was created. So this uniquely identifies a post, and that's kind of a unique link that we'll use for all the information. So if you want to talk about the post, you would use something like this. So now, how we store the like? We do the following. We basically say, let's write a new index under action like, and the key going to be the item that you're liking. So in this case, this item is a unique identifier on a post. We say, all right, and the value going to be like. And to retrieve it, we use social.index. We say, all right, let's give all the likes on a particular key, and the key is this object. So if you execute it, you get all the likes, and when it happened. And for every item, you have like. So what happens if you don't like the post from Ilya anymore? Well, it's on a blockchain, so it's done and cannot be undone. That's kind of a problem, but you can fix it. For this, let's just basically send the same index and say, I unlike it. So that will remove the like. But then let's say I liked it again, so I added the like. Now, instead of 13 items in previously, I have 15. Even so, it means the same thing. So to solve that, for likes, I introduced an experimental API. So given an item, it will retrieve you the list of likes. So it's not available in the VM. Instead, we just fetch it directly from the server, and you pass the data where the body consists of just a single item, and it will retrieve you a list of likes. So they're basically just a list of accounts who like the post. So that's very useful, because now, considering the feed consists of ton of posts, you don't really need to fetch an index for every post. You can just fetch likes in aggregate. Finally, the simple stuff is comments. And comments are like likes, but they are really posts on a given item. So let's see how it actually implemented. So when you comment something, you have the following. In your data that you overwrite every time you comment, you have an item indicating on what you're commenting on. And in this case, it's a post. So if you're commenting on a post, you just indicate, all right, that's an item. And then in the index for this item, you also indicated that you just commented. So now, if you want to retrieve all the comments on a given post, you query an index. If you want to retrieve what was the post for which you created this comment, you will read the comment by the item, and then you can retrieve the parent. And finally, here's an example of the index for a given post. You request it, and you get the following. So you get all the comments. A final component that is useful are notifications. And if you remember, in a social DB, you cannot really notify someone directly because you cannot write under their data. So instead, you have to write it under your account, and they somehow need to figure out that you made this notification related to them. To solve this, we will create a new index where the key is the account ID. And we say it notify. So we basically notifying someone about an action that I just did, and you can read notifications from anyone. So in this case, for example, you can read that I commented on your post, and then 3 other people liked. So that's pretty much it from the Lego blocks. And to get use of them, you can use a component that I started working on, which consists of all the different social components that I used for the main feed. And if you go to this link, it will land on a component. And whenever you're building something in social, you can use this to figure out what is the component, how to use it, its properties, and stuff like this. So I'll try to keep it updated over time, but it's not right now. Now, a second part of this is actually how we build some new applications. So we have a feed, which looks like a Twitter feed, which has the following properties. It takes your graph, people you follow, then it requests an index of posts from these people, and we just display them in reverse chronological order. And then for every post, we can get the likes amount, and we can also get the list of comments, and notification works. So instead, we're going to build an edit. It's like a Reddit forum, but it has a few differences from the main feed. So it has to be community specific. So it's not only like one single big feed, but instead kind of have communities in which people also talk about specific topics. Usually it's sorted by likes. So when you go to the main page, you see top popular posts from the last day, for example. And to get it a time specific bound, you want to decay it by age. So if the post was like 2 days ago but received like enormous amount of likes, it still can be in the top. So we need to use the previous Lego blocks in order to build something like this. So let's start with a feed. So we'll call it n/all, and it consists of the post ordered by likes, comment from different subnedits, and also based on their age, they go down in popularity. How we can implement it? So we'll use stuff that I just talked. First, we start with the index, and instead of fetching just 10 posts, we will fetch like large amount of posts. And because it's an index, we don't fetch every independent data, so the data is fairly small. We're just fetching when they were posted and who posted them, so we can construct items. And the key is a subnetted. So for main feed, we will use all, and for something else, we use, let's say, NEARCON. Next, we're going to do some JavaScript to convert this data into the items. And the reason why it's a bit more complicated, because maybe you want to repost it from one community to another community, which is not implemented in UI, but the logic is implemented for this. The third thing you want to do is fetch likes. That's where the experimental API comes into play. And instead of fetching just likes for one item, we will fetch likes for multiple items at once. So for all posts that we fetched in the first batch, we will now fetch the number of likes and who likes them, but we only care about the numbers. And finally, we want to sort your feed in order to display it. So how we do this? Well, we use the following. We say, okay, how old is the post? That's your age of the post, and how many likes it got. That's your score. So we divide the score by exponentially decaying age. So the older the post, the less score it gets. The more likes it has, the more higher the score is. Then we just sort all the items that we get, and we can display them. And that's how the feed works. Now, another difference from traditional Twitter feed are multi-level comments. And what is actually a multi-level comment? It's something like a comment on top of comment. And for every comment on top of comment, you can also apply the same algorithm we did for the sorting of the posts. So we get all the comments, we sort them by like, decay them by time, and render them in sorted order. And now for every comment, we just need to display a feed of comments under this comment. So a comment is an item, so let's just use it. And here's just how the data would look, slightly modified from before. So for every post, we added a subnetted item, which indicates under which feed it was posted. So that's very useful for displaying the post when you get a notification for it. For every comment, we also add a root item, which indicates what was the post on which it was posted. So you can display a whole tree instead of just a parent, or like having to recursively find the parent. And finally, here's when you make an index. You write it into two indices instead. You write it under the subnetted index and also all. So that way you can get an aggregated overall feed. And that's pretty much it. Thank you. If you have questions, maybe I have time. Yeah. All right, so the question is why comments are not included in the score of post. So that's actually valid, but for this you basically just need to kind of have a big aggregation of number of likes total or something like this, or like frequency, how they were posted. So that might need a bit more data on sorting this, but probably possible to implement.
Or do you also want to build groups? Sorry.
Do you mind asking the question?
Yeah, I can ask it again. So is this netted idea going to replace the concept of groups, or are you also planning to build on groups?
Well, the social itself is kind of like a super app of different social applications. So that's why potentially what you want is probably replace the main feed. The groups are interesting concept as well, but groups also make sense if you can restrict people who can control them. So in this case, current group implementation, at least the hacking version, was based on NFT membership. So if you own an NFT, then we filter on the front end all the content only to the current members. If you don't own the NFT, then you can still write your data into SocialDB because no one protects from that, but it's not going to be displayed on a feed because whoever visits the official endpoint or like official app will have a filtering based on the membership. So with Reddit, it also, in theory, can be controlled or private, but that's a different topic that's require either encryption or some kind of another access control.
Yeah, so based on your answer, so do you see Near Social as becoming a social network or more becoming some, place where people can go and actually find the components to create their own social network? Like, what do you envision for the future?
Yeah, so a few features that differentiate Near Social from traditional networks are ability to embed applications directly into the feeds and posts, So currently they're like under strict whitelist, and you can only repost another post. But you can imagine you can create applications that can be embedded in the main feed, and that may be a mechanism to distribute the data. Probably there are going to be some kind of main version of the Near Social, which have more polished feed, but you would also be able to use different applications. So once some kind of technical details are figured out around how to make custom notifications, so they are not easily attacked, or like cannot be used for phishing, then it's very easy to create new custom UIs and new custom applications. So if someone wants to like make a new app that's just image focusing social network, where the image is on top of the post instead of on the bottom, well, maybe they will call it Instagram and build it on social as well.
Do you have any components that are related to safety or moderation?
Yeah, so currently it's done on a user basis or a post basis. So when you render an index, you can filter it by the people you hidden. So if it's not like Reddit specific where everything is displayed. So for everything specific, you can also flag any given post for moderation, which goes to a custom feed that you can later kind of query. When it comes to DMCA takedowns and like some illegal stuff, it's probably going to be deleted or like blacklisted on the server, and you will not be able to request it. When it comes to like building a custom UI to get it, you will probably still get it. Maybe not from an official RPC server, but you can get it from a blockchain if you run your own node.
Any other questions?
Are you planning on introducing any paid content, private paid content for subscribers?
So yeah, that's like currently in the works, but it's not going to be part of the main experience that can be fully decentralized because private content requires encryption. So you can probably easily build like peer-to-peer data that is being encrypted, and Calimero is a good example of this. They built a private chat. But for like mass adoption data, you might need a separate server that will keep data encrypted and only give it for the parties that need it. Otherwise, you run into a problem where you need to do key exchanges or not store data on a chain.
All right, last opportunity for questions here. All right, I think that's it for Eugene. Everyone give it up for Eugene the Dream. And you can follow Eugene on mob.social, I believe. Great. So I think we have a couple of minutes. We have 5 minutes, 4 minutes, so people can take a quick break before we introduce our next panel. But again, really appreciate it. Eugene.
Please welcome back Near Foundation's Abhishek Vaidyanathan.
All right, we need to make as much noise here as possible to get people back to Block Zero stage. So let's hear it up for the Block Zero stage. Let's go, everybody. Woo! Now this team is close to the heart. We're very excited to welcome the Pith team to the stage. You know, a little slide introduction might be nice for me. We've got the market data your DApp deserves. Mark from the Pith Data Association. Please welcome Mark to the stage and welcome a new Oracle solution for the Near protocol, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Hey everyone, can you hear me okay? Nice. The left screen, I think, is blank. Could we have the notes up or not? Well, anyway, I can YOLO it. So hello everyone, I'm Mark. I'm one of the directors at the Peace Data Association. Pretty much a big contributor to the Pith network. It's like in near terms, it's the Near Foundation equivalent. Super excited to talk to you today, present you what is Pith, what we do, how we do it, and what we're cooking for Near. If it works. Yes. So before I do that, let's quickly review how we arrived here. So very much blockchain application. Like initially, we're just able to interact or get data from the blockchain state itself. Very much, you can think of a closed environment that is pretty dumb, or at least just iterate just based on a set of rules. DeFi came in with the appearance of also oracles. Oracle's job is to bring exogenous data on chain so that smart contract can just get triggered and do the appropriate action whenever the data arrives on chain. The first oracle initially resolved for trust rather than speed. By that, like you can imagine that they were pretty much getting the data anywhere they could, whether it's prices, whether anything from the internet. And this was okay overall for the first generation of DeFi, as it was just like birthing. But the piece to this is that DeFi, to actually rival its counterpart TradFi, needs better data, faster data. And the idea behind Pith was deliver that, pretty much. And the idea was very much going to the source of where the data is created, exists, so that it can go as fast as possible on chain. And here on the graph, you can see that it cuts middleman, so it also means cheaper, and it also is great for legal rights, because usually you always have kind of, you cannot do anything you want with stuff that you don't own. And overall, like it's great in theory to say that, but we'll see on 3 points, let's say how Pith featured and have we delivered on the promises. So we'll see first on the publisher side. So the idea is an oracle needs data sources. Are we able to resolve that cold start problem? Second is first oracles arrived on blockchains like 5 years ago. It's a competitive business. There's big network effect. Is Pith, as a newcomer, able to get market share? And the last one will focus more on how Pith works and how apps integrate, because we've designed a completely new model, and from the network effect, you also have the technical lift for the apps to integrate. So first proof point, will we get enough publishers to join this marketplace? So one thing to understand, especially within the financial markets, like market data is a big business. And many of the biggest US exchanges for stocks or equities are actually generating 20% of their revenue, not from trading, but by selling market data. Here you can see that even ICE is up a third of their revenue. And last year, or 22 actually, we have 23 data, the market is worth north of $6 billion. So this is a big business. And the idea of Pith is kind of to provide that data to blockchains. But the thing is, these big companies, industries worth $6 billion, are not just going to hand over data to Pith or any other emerging technologies. So we had to be a bit more ingenious into where can we find this data? When can we source this data? So we looked at one market participant that is often overlooked, traders. Traders, without exchanges, traders are just empty and useless. Oh, thank you very much. But till date, traders put bids, asks, and have fails on an exchange. And they own all this data. But till now, they were very much keeping it internally. They run data analysis, they run their algo on it to just better their system. Now, with Pith, they can actually monetize it. And so we very much went into those big trading firms, asked for data, contribute this data, you can generate, we can go tap into that big market. And the other thing is smaller exchanges are not all selling data. So we also went to these guys, and putting these two groups together, we had finally our supply of data. And it grew quickly, and it grew fast. And so you can see today, I think we're at 90 data publishers. One of the first one, and Mark is Virtue Financial. It's one of the biggest trading firm in the world. We have Two Sigma, Jump Trading, Jane Street, like any name you can think of in TradFi, trading is on the network. And as the network grew, we actually saw those companies that make billions selling market data joining the network. SIBO, that makes like close to $1 billion per year selling data, is now also a publisher to the Pith network. And here, well, I won't name everyone, but you'll recognize many names. It spans, data publisher spans from US equities exchange, crypto exchange, centralized and decentralized, and let's say financial service providers, whether they trade on like off-chain or on-chain, crypto, non-crypto. And overall today, yeah, we're closing on 100 publishers. And with all that, we are able to provide price feeds for crypto, but also US stocks, US ETFs, FX, metals, commodities, and even US yield now. Second point is arriving 5 years later, have we managed to get a foothold on the space? Pretty laggy. So initially, likely you don't know, but Pith initially started natively on Solana mainnet. It's from summer 21. There were other Oracle live already, and other came. Chainlink came after. But anyway, with the Pith design, the Pith Oracle price feeds, and their superior performance, we grasped in a few months almost 100% of the DeFi value locked that needs an Oracle on Solana. And even today, we're still the clear leader there, despite all the competition. Solana's great, but the blockchain world is much larger, especially now that we're at NEARCON. The question is, can we get a foothold on other chains? So for the more technical and devs, this is how Pith is designed to deliver price feeds on any chain. So the idea was very much, if you want a piece price into each block on your chain, you can. So, and now you have chains going with millisecond blocks. So the whole structure was designed so that you can query prices at any time you want from our application-specific chain. You send it on chain you can use. It's all permissionless to integrate. It's built as a pay-as-you-go service, pretty much. You can imagine you stand up, you go get that data, send it on chain, and just use it for your protocol. The great thing about this is it's fully permissionless to integrate. So we try to stay true to DeFi. We won't chase you with legal contracts. It's just read the docs, play around, and power your apps. And apps did get powered by Pith. So with our initial, let's say, 50 apps cohort from Solana, we then expanded to most of the EVMs and moved chains. And in 23, we've seen about 3 applications integrating with Pith. More key names, apps using Pith, Synthetics on Optimism, Vela, Perennial, Ribbon, or formerly Ribbon, now Aevo. So very much the one thing in common you'll see among the apps that use Pith is that they care about having accurate pricing information and the most granular data possible. And think Synthetics today, they've integrated last Christmas, and they've since done close to 40 billion of trading volume using Pith feeds, making it arguably the #1 DEX on EVM. Here you can see the growth, let's say, of every blockchains we've expanded to. So from 1 last year to close to 40 today. We lose track somehow. So very much the goal and our stance is wherever you build, we want to empower you. We don't want to pick winner. We want to make you a winner at the end of the day. And it's great to go on many chains, but did we get success everywhere? Success, on some, it's easier than others, but overall, on more than half the chains we expanded to, we get the majority of the market share for oracles. Ethereum layer 1 is the laggard here, so we'll have to do one day something for it, but any layer 2s, ZK chains, move chains, Pith is pretty much everywhere, and Empower apps you might have used there. Then, this is more, let's say, on the product side and evolution of it. The next kind of big step, among other, is further decentralizing the network. So last week, you might have seen it, but we've announced the retrospective airdrop, with the idea of getting as many people involved as possible. So you can go, I think, on airdrop at Pith at network and just check out if your DeFi wallet, and actually you can do it with as many as you want, is eligible. You cannot claim yet, so don't get scammed, but check out. You might be entitled to become a Pythian. The airdrop overall spans towards 40 blockchain almost. 75,000 wallets were snapshotted. Overall, I think with Celestia, it must be the top 2 widest reaching airdrop till date. Those who have great sight might have seen that there is an Aurora logo. So if you've been using Aurora, be sure to check it out. And the second thing is, sadly, there's no Near logo. Because at the date of the snapshot, the Pith Oracle weren't live on Near yet. I won't dive too deep, but initially very much everything's going to be toward governance, setting up the Pith DAO, etc., etc. The one key thing you can think of is the DAO itself will decide what are the pricing, what are the fees to use Pith prices. You can imagine that anytime someone requests a Pith price update, interact with a Pith smart contract and pays a fee. Pith DAO will decide this. Pith token holders will decide this. So super excited to see this coming to life. Expect it, I don't know, by the end of this year or something, but be on the lookout. It should be a pretty fun experience. What's next? So governance aside, new products incoming. Like we try to cook at all time, but the big thing, and I'm super happy to be here to announce it, but Pith was deployed yesterday on Near testnet. So that means that anyone meaning that only testnet. Keep the applause, bigger applause for the mainnet. But today means that anyone can start requesting Pith price feeds on Near testnet. You have access to 350 price feeds, crypto, FX, stocks, ETF, US rates. Pretty much, you can build whatever you want now on Near. Question is, when Near mainnet? Soon TM. Audit is ongoing. Hopefully, by the end of this month or early next month, we'll be live on Near and further empower Near DeFi. Very looking forward to that. Been engaging a lot with the foundation, with Aurora also. Super excited to make DeFi on Near growing a lot. We'll have an official announcement going out when it's live on mainnet. So be sure to follow us or just subscribe to our blog. You'll receive that directly in your email box. Sorry. And I think on this one, we're done. So thanks again for the time. Thanks for having me. Super happy to have Pith on Near now. It's been a long time coming. Finally, we're here. So let's make things happen and let's build cool things. Let's build actual finance on chain now. Thank you very much, everyone. Any questions now?
Wow, what a project and what an announcement. Pith on testnet. Let's go. We need oracles, and we are very happy to have such an excellent partner for the Near ecosystem. So again, let's give it up for Pith and on to our next talk. But yeah, first, a little round of applause for Pith. Let's go. All right, I can see the energy is kind of being lost in this room. So let's try that one more time. A little bit of a round of applause for Pith. Let's go. Woo! Guys, we're not falling asleep just yet, okay? All right, that's for after the opening night party. So look, Very excited to welcome an OG to the stage. We've got Joe Spano, Shard Dog, the man, the myth, the legend. Everybody knows him, and he's a big part of our ecosystem. He's going to be talking to us about marketing through Web3 mechanisms at DevHub and beyond. Let's welcome Shard Dog to the stage.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you guys coming out. I'll try to bring a little bit more energy. I know it's the end of the day. I know people are tired, everything else. So let's get right into it. First off, I'm Joe. So if you don't know who I am, that's perfectly okay. I started in the ecosystem as co-host of Ready Layer 1 podcast. I'm a developer. I co-founded Shard Dog. If you don't know what that is, it's a Web3 marketing platform. We're going to talk a little bit about that. And I'm also currently a DevRel moderator at DevHub. And my focus is on retention, which I think pulls all this together. So we'll get into it. Why should you actually trust what I'm going to say today? And it's really kind of more than just that I have experience in the ecosystem. First off, I do actually have an extensive background in psychology. Just because I'm a developer doesn't mean I don't do other things. But I will tell you what, I make a mean pastel de nata. So if you guys know who Frol is, we're the best ones you've ever had. Also, I'm not going to shill anything. Just kidding. I'm going to talk about Shard Dog a little bit too. All right, let's get into it though. Why you should really actually understand and trust what I'm going to say. My focus has always been on understanding user behaviors and what they need. And that's what we're going to kind of talk about today and talk about a little bit about marketing. We don't have a ton of time, so let's get right forward. So what actually is this presentation? Well, I'm going to quickly get into a brief history of when kind of marketing turned to crap and why we think that the open web can fix that. How selling became kind of a scam for a lot of things. Nothing really felt real anymore with marketing, and where the future actually of this kind of goes. It's going to feel like you're in here, hopefully. There we go. All right. So this is kind of where marketing kind of started a little bit, right? It's been around for centuries, and there's always been some kind of marketing. But really, when we think about modern marketing, it kind of starts with storytelling, right? The concept of, I'm going to sell you on that whatever I'm providing to you has a feeling that you are going to be part of something. But kind of that went sideways. And now we get kind of something like this. Just wanted to read your content, but nope, here's sales. And that's a huge problem for where marketing has kind of gone. We're so caught up in always having to shove sales down your throat just because you wanted to actually access some content. So these are my wonderful dogs. And this could be us. This is how it could be. It could be nice in harmony with marketing and everything else like that, but it's not. Okay. Selling became a scam. Web 2 marketing really became about constantly just harvesting your data. It became about invading your privacy. And more we become conscious of how our privacy is getting invaded that we've started to back away. Think about like the things that you actually buy online. That started to kind of move to the side a little bit. And the TV and internet kind of ruined all of this especially, right? Everything is about bombarding your senses, right? So everything is an ad. No matter where you go, no matter what you're watching, even if it's on Netflix, there's ads in the background. It's nonstop. There's no more autonomy on how you feel anymore. And that's a really big piece of we've lost that part of where we are in control of our own experiences. So instead you kind of feel like this, right? So you go through and we've given up our privacy for some free stuff and we just look ridiculous. That's also my dog. All right, so now what? So the model that we start to think about, both at Shard Dog and at DevHub, is really thinking about the user in a different standpoint. About how do we start to model mechanisms around, again, autonomous behaviors. And if you don't know what that means, it means that how does the end user feel in control of their actual experience? So the example that I always like to give is fan clubs. I'm on the older side, so remember back from like mail-in fan clubs. If you don't know what that is, I'm sorry. But mail-in fan clubs, you used to be able to actually mail in to like a band and you'd pay a certain amount of money every year and you'd get like merch and stuff like that, early access to tickets. but you felt in control of that experience. You had to actually opt into it. You would sign up for it and be part of it. So you felt good. Okay. Web3, though, marketing can actually start to do this. And Web3 marketing really is more about actually taking that approach of having that autonomous behavior and going a step further. So we believe to stop marketing and start engaging. And that's what we're doing over at DevHub, is that now the focus is no longer just about let's sell you something on why Near is the best developer experience, which it is, right? We all know it. That's why we're here. But we want to actually start to engage you as a user and better understand what do you need and how do we help you be successful instead of us trying to put our product to you. So here's where we're kind of at, right? Privacy has started to go away, kind of as I was alluding to before. Privacy has gone right out the window, yet as we've gone further down this pacing, now with what stuff that Apple's doing and Google and the likes and even Facebook at times, they are essentially providing moats for themselves by making things more restrictive, yet still your privacy is invaded by them. So we need to really start to look at how do we start to change that perception of what it is actually to be a user within a particular ecosystem, product, anything else. So the first part of that is reputation. So reputation, we believe, is the key to actually allowing you to start to have more autonomy as a user. And reputation does not have to be KYC. It does not have to be where you have to get doxxed. And that's the part where I think sometimes people get confused, right? Where if you start to behave a certain way and the different interactions you start to have, right, you get fed in current Web 2, you get fed all these different ads and your privacy starts to go away. But what if we could kind of go the other way where we say, look, if we don't have to actually build trust through doxing, if I don't have to show you so many ads, if I don't have to invade your privacy, can I still build your reputation? And in Web3, we can do that because of your activities on chain that can be verified and followed up on. So I'm sorry, I had to see this. You have to see this. I was using AI to come up with different memes, and I got this scary image. So sleep well tonight with this one. Enjoy. But again, I think the idea, you get it, hopefully. If you can actually use reputation on the blockchain, we can do something really interesting. So here's the meat of really kind of what this presentation is. We want to foster a culture of opt-in and genuine engagement in Web3. Okay. As you can see, one of my dogs is not opting into what he is saying, but we want to allow that to happen. And the reason why is because when you just track different behaviors, it doesn't really feel good, right? If you think about your experience, again, everyone has this talk where you say, oh, I was just talking about X, and now I see an ad for it, right? It's like, how does that happen? Well, that doesn't make you feel good, and that feedback really isn't useful to anybody. So on Web3, though, and you say, well, where did all this data go? Well, you can actually still store some data because, again, we can look at your on-chain behavior and start to form possibly a profile that is actually meaningful about who you are. So, and the reason why we say this is a little bit different is because you're actually in control. And the more in control of your own data and your ability to opt in, you are much more likely to be loyal to a product or to a resource than if you were the other way around. So if we're forcing you to be, and you have to opt out, now all of a sudden it's a completely different experience for you. Okay. The concept here is, and I'm going to keep saying it, autonomy leads to retention. Okay? So again, letting the user feel in control leads to retention. Okay. So how does this fit into DevHub? So at DevHub, again, our goal is to bring in developers. We want more developers in the ecosystem. We want you to be here. We want you to be happy. We want you to stick around and build something for the long term. One of the ways that we can start to do that is look at, again, on-chain tracking and your user engagement. Are you actually deploying contracts? Are you building components? You know, what are you actually doing on chain? And especially now with, again, like B.O.S components and everything else, we get a really nice picture of how active you are in the developer community just as a builder. Secondarily, we can start to use actual NFTs as a marketing strategy. So you start to attend different groups, right? Maybe you're part of the infrastructure group. Maybe you're part of the ZK group. And now we can award you an NFT for participating as part of that. You're building a profile. We don't need to know who you are. You don't have to be doxxed. I don't need to know your name. I don't need to know where you live. I don't need to know anything else about you. Your username can be I love kittens, and that's great. It doesn't matter. We know that maybe you are a engaged builder because you've collected all of these NFTs for the different groups and participating, and you're shipping code on chain. We can also start to look at reputation in another way too. That comes from challenges. So at DevHub, we're going to start introducing soon challenges where you can actually start to, it's not really competition necessarily, but it's your own, you know, can I complete a task? Can I figure out a puzzle? Things like that. We start to see where that starts to get put together. Different events, like I just mentioned, you participating in groups. And then contributions. So DevHub is all about being able to actually contribute. And again, whether it's earning financially or otherwise, you can actually go onto the DevHub website and you can actually start to become a contributor. And that's a really powerful piece because now, again, you are opting in to be part of our community. You are opting in to be in control of what you actually put out there. And if you don't, maybe you have 2 or 3 different wallets that you're using, that's okay, because those can have different reputations. So here's our journey that we're looking at DevHub, and we think that this is, again, where this all kind of comes together. Whether you start here like today at a hackathon, or come through an educational channel like our Near Campus, or, you know, once you go from there, it's about how do we start to engage you and make sure that you feel part of the ecosystem and you feel welcome. And that comes from, again, being able to actually participate as a contributor to the broader ecosystem. Most people are here because you believe in the open web in some source. And so this is an opportunity for you to actually start to be engaged in that. How do we start to look at different continued actions, whether it's bite-sized engagement, whether it's actually, again, challenges, whatever we might start to put out there for you, you can start to become more engaged by, again, earning NFTs or whatever it might be and build a reputation. Actually, going back to my previous slide, that build-up of reputation is so important for this. Following up. So now that you've opted in, now we can actually start to go back and leverage some things that maybe are still Web 2, whether it's social media, email, whatever that might be, and reach back out to you. The difference there is now you've already engaged. You are a willing participant into the ecosystem. It's something that you want to be part of. So as long as we're doing our job, providing you relevant information in that follow-up, now, again, this is going to hopefully strengthen how you feel towards what you're doing on Near. This applies to any project. So if you have a project that has any kind of community, when you think about how do you start to actually integrate that community into it, these are the type of skills that you want to be able to have. And again, reputation building, as I've been talking about. So let me kind of end near here, okay? You're building an engaged audience, okay? You're not just there to have people buy your stuff. And that's the biggest difference. When you have people who are there to actually engage in with what you're doing versus me trying to sell you anything. Now we're actually building community. I'm going to build a lifelong user, hopefully. And now you have a reason to come back that feels natural and it feels of your own volition, which is hugely important, okay? As I said, and made a quote of this, autonomy leads to retention. The more I make you feel like that you are ownership of everything that you're doing on chain and interacting with our community, and you feel strongly about that, you are going to stay around. And that's what we really want. That's what we hope to provide for you at DevHub. And that's what we try to do with my product, Shardog. I'll end here. Oh, maybe not. There we go. If you have questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to me on Twitter or X, whatever we call it. You can see my project at Shardog and see how we're doing this. You can also please follow Near Dev Hub. We're doing a lot of really great things with the developer community besides just hackathons like this. A lot of great resources there. Please take the time to check that out. And again, don't hesitate to ever ask me some questions, and I appreciate your time. This was a lot of fun, even though it was fast. Thanks.
I think we're falling asleep a little again. So instead of doing the normal round of applause, when I say shard, you say dog. Shard, shard, shard. Woo! Shard dog. All right. So we still got some more panels coming your way. Next panel is on decoding DAOs, harnessing collective intelligence. David Weinstein from the Near Foundation, our Chief of Staff, will be the moderator, and he will take the job of introducing the rest of the panel. So please give it up for David and the whole panel.
Myself back a little. Can you see each other?
Yeah.
Cool. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. So to start this conversation, there was a quote I saw a week or two ago that I wanted to read. We are walking out of a past that can no longer sustain us and into a future that is yet to be born. Now, I believe that this future can only emerge by harnessing collective intelligence. And this is exactly what we have this panel to talk about. So I'm super excited to be joined by you three. We have Tom, who comes from Wall Street, Mally from book editing, and Nick from academia with a PhD in physics. But what unites all three of us, or all four of us, despite different backgrounds, is a passion and interest in collective intelligence and developing new tools to harness what emerges out of that to help solve all of our collective problems. So to open things up, high-level question, what does collective intelligence mean to all of you? Tom.
Thank you, David, for that narrow question. I come from a Wall Street background, and I currently work for a company that manages $8 billion for ultra-high net worth individuals. And I feel like we've set up a problem in traditional markets that there's a lot of money that wants to find meaningful outlets, but it hasn't been able to. And when you talk about what is collective intelligence, well, we have a collective intelligence. It's called the stock market. And has it been very good at doing long-term meaningful things? Well, not really. And indeed, the application of market incentives to the crypto space hasn't really been very successful either. So, you've had these very zero-sum outcomes. So if that collective intelligence hasn't been working, what kind of collective intelligence is superior to that? And this is where I think you have to go at least a little bit strange, and I'm aware that I'm on stage with some people who are probably brighter than I am, but there's this idea from complexity science that the universe is trending towards greater complexity. We used to have rocks, and now we have the internet. And a complex thing is just something that is made up of highly differentiated and highly integrated parts. And I hold this quasi-mystical belief that if you're allowed to pursue a niche in a meaningful way, that produces emergence. And when I think about collective intelligence within a monetary, TradFi, and DeFi context, it's can you use economic incentives to provide a safe container where people can pursue a niche in an integrated way? And I feel that they kind of need to feel safe, and they kind of need to feel that that direction is meaningful to them. And I think where we've really failed, both in terms of market incentives and in terms of crypto incentives, is making spaces that feel both safe and meaningful.
Tom.
I can kind of yes and to that from probably a slightly less concrete perspective, but as David mentioned, I come from book publishing. I worked with a lot of academics on kind of popular books to explain their life's work to a general audience, and found working in a shrinking business that's not interested in adapting to the future to be very exhausting, which is how I ended up in Web3 and in tech. But if I had to define what I hope for collective intelligence in the next generation, it's basically like we're decisively beyond the sort of siloed intellectual categories of the Enlightenment, which publishing holds up, which academia holds up, which really are no longer useful. We needed them in the sense that the state of knowledge we have today about physics, about markets, about all of these different disciplines, like we needed that level of detail, and we needed to go really far down all of those rabbit holes. But now all of these systems that built that up are very ossified and very, they don't encourage collaboration. They don't encourage anything that doesn't fit into the scientific method, and I think that's to our great detriment. And it feels like that system is starting to break down, and weirder, cooler things are starting to happen in crypto, among other places. But that's what I'm excited about. That's why I work in this space, and in my own small way, I'm trying to do what I can to push us in that direction.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that. I think so. Collective intelligence for me is about getting people together. So essentially, many minds being able to operate in a fashion that levels up greater than an individual mind could. So I believe that if we could find ways to collaborate in meaningful ways, we'll be able to level up our problem solving. So Tom's absolutely right. Not just the universe is moving to greater complexity, but our society is moving to greater complexity. Civilization is. The internet sort of connects us all with greater integration, greater interconnectivity, interdependence. Complexity goes up. And we are looking at a world that's getting more complex. And with greater complexity comes, great potential for new emergence, new things, but also more problems. And we're moving into a world that's going to have some very, very big problems to solve. And I sort of operate on this belief that we need to be able to figure out how to collaborate more in order to solve the emergent problems that arise. So yeah, I kind of started as a physicist, but moved into essentially governance research at institutional levels. So I've been working in decentralized organizations for about 10 years now. The first one was a classic meat space organization. So I built a decentralized organization that was designed to allow people to come together and collaborate to leverage collective intelligence. And I saw it work. I saw people solve problems that they wouldn't have done if they just operated on an individual level. So I've been chasing this sort of dream of can you take that kind of collaborative structure, that kind of decentralized organization onto the internet? And I believe that if we can crack it, we'll get millions of people working together that don't currently. And if we can do that, we will solve problems that we haven't been able to solve up to this point. So yeah, I think it's about integration. I think it's about creating sites of collaboration that weren't there before. And yeah, just finding new ways for us to synthesize our practice and behavior and do really cool stuff together.
Yeah, cool. Thank you all for that. So Nick, and so the title of our talk is Decoding DAOs.
Yeah.
You have a lot of experience with DAOs, you said, for the past 10 years.
Yeah.
I guess first, do you want to just define what a DAO is or explain a bit more about DAOs?
Yeah. So I've collected about 50 definitions of DAOs at the moment. Some of them I absolutely hate. Some of them lawyers make in an attempt to kind of like understand them so they can like say, yeah, it has to be that, right? So I'm really keen on resisting specific definitions of DAOs. I'm going to ask a question, actually. Who thinks DAOs are going to change the world? Put your hands up. Ooh, phew, good, I'm putting my hand. Who thinks DAOs will never work? Is anyone brave enough? Normally I get a few.
You're at a crypto conference, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, you're at this talk, right?
Yeah.
But at the moment, the sentiment on DAOs is really in the pits, right? Because we've had some very, I mean, most of them have failed. Most of them either died a death, and I think largely because we haven't quite landed this definition of it yet. The framing I like to build is that essentially DAOs exist in this kind of trilemma of decentralization, autonomy, and organization. So if you've got elements of all three of those things, you might be a DAO. So decentralization being basically the diffusion of power. So instead of a central group controlling everything, the power and control of the system is decentralized and distributed to many people. Autonomous, I really loved the definition from Chris's speech earlier today about autonomy, which is about, he sort of classified it as a system where the rules are codified in such a way that we can all understand them and operate on this shared rule structure. I count it as similar, but the process of, or the ability to self-govern. So if you can govern yourselves as a group, you have autonomy. And that operates on an individual level, but also operates on a collective level. And if you're an organization, if you are just trying to get something done, if you're doing stuff together, you're an organization. So if you've got all of these things, you might be a DAO. And then you're in this trade-off space where you might give up some autonomy for greater decentralization, which gets you more censorship resistance, for example. Or you might want to be more organized, like I might use a legal wrapper to allow me to own property, so have a bank account, own property, but with that you give up some of your autonomy, and it's like a big complex trade-off space. So really what they are is a new form of organization that plays off these different features, and a new structure, a new way of organizing. I call them socio-technical systems, which means they're a kind of hybrid of humans and technology. And a lot of the time we forget the kind of human side, the social side. So yeah, a DAO is basically a new way of organizing using the new tools that we're exploring at this conference together. Did that work?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, and I guess for all three of you, what do you think, so if we're able to use DAOs, use something like a DAO to harness this collective intelligence, what do you think might be possible? I mean, so again, a super high level, open-ended question, but what do you think we can actually all achieve if we can work better together in a more integrated way?
You want to go?
I feel that a lot of crypto and DeFi has this kind of 19-year-old smoking a joint in a dorm room vibe, where it's like, okay, what if we just burn down the existing system and then build something totally new? And I think Matt Levine at Bloomberg described DeFi as speed-running all of traditional finance's mistakes, except in 100th the time. And a lot of these things have that vibe to them. That being said, I feel that if you can create spaces which engender genuine trust, and where the output is simply not number go up, like that's incredibly exciting to me as an intermediary stage outside of capitalism, where it's like, okay, if we can create a space that is economically safe, which I think is what a lot of these things miss, people can pursue things that are social goods in a way that gives them a little bit more freedom. But I've been very surprised, and why I'm kind of pleased to be on this panel, of like, as far as I can tell, the fairly abject failure of decentralization to provide those mechanisms. And I don't know why that is, but I have this fairly strong belief that, having spoken to an enormous number of wealthy families, they care about the establishment of these structures, both as participants and investors. So I think if you build it, they will come.
Yeah, I think what the autonomous part of DAOs that's interesting to me is, the fact that people can opt in and find an organization that aligns with their passion or their motivation much more easily than they could before. And, part of what is cool about this tremendous value creation of Web3, if instead of just everybody kind of selling all their tokens and bailing, but instead like reinvesting in what they think is cool and collaborating with people they might not have been able to before because of line items on their resume, or because they didn't know how to find them, or because they weren't part of some closed system, academic or otherwise. Like if we can take the tools of this space and the innovation of this space and make them available to everyone with, you know, more like risk tolerance for individuals, for groups, for experiments, for research, and combine it with you know, new models of IP and you know, new ways to organize like chaotic capital formation more effectively, then we can start to de-ossify the systems I mentioned before. And honestly, like if we're making our world more efficient and making our days more efficient with technology, and we're just reinvesting that time into more capitalist effort, then I don't see the point. I don't want to be a part of a system like that. So that's why I think DAOs are cool, is like people can find their way to their passions more easily.
Yeah, I think about this question I mean, a lot. Like, so I give a different answer every time. But you can conceptualize it as a mechanism for sharing, governing shared resources. So at the moment we use basically multi-sigs to get a lot of this done, right? So certainly the kind of problems that you might be wrestling with as developers and builders of these systems is how do we govern the shared resource of, let's say, a pot of money together, right? There's a treasury. How do we govern the trust around that? So we could set up a multi-sig where let's say we put $1 million in a multi-sig. We could set one up now and set up like a 3 of 4 multi-sig, which means that 3 of us would need to agree on what to do with it. DAOs are really just about scaling that. So if we set up a multi-sig with everyone in this room, all of a sudden that becomes much more difficult, right? Because now we've got to reaching agreement with everyone in this room on what to do with that money just becomes a much more difficult job. So a lot of the time these things just fail because, you know, they fall. It essentially moves out of like legal realm into like game theory realm. So let's say we set up a 3 of 4 multi-sig. Essentially, if that amount of money in the pot goes high enough, there might be a point where we just like get together and say, let's kick Nick out and run off with it, right? And so really, DAOs are about scaling trust out. So that defection or that failure or end of the game, and your Owen DAO disappears when it goes to 0 or you stop doing stuff. And most of these systems die because we're in an adversarial context, right? We do live in this sort of game theory adversarial world, and it's about holding the game together so we can all get on and do stuff. And then if we crack that, the basic game design, then we can start doing all this wonderful stuff about building new systems on top of it. So at the base level, it's about building trust architecture. Can we move into a world where all of us people, we don't even know each other, we might just be tokens in a DAO. It might just be an NFT that represents our identity. We've never met, but we can still collaborate and get stuff done and govern shared resources. And I think it'd be really profound if we just like crack that way of coordinating, and it'll open up a lot of a whole new design space for organizing.
Well, I mean, that's something that I've been thinking about a lot, and we've all had these discussions ourselves where it's, you know, I'm kind of obsessed with Dunbar's number, which I'm sure all of you know, which is 150 people. It's the most number of friends we can plausibly have because the bandwidth in our brains and our time is limited. And the moment you go beyond that, you have to use an abstraction. You know, you're a Jets fan or an American or whatever it is, right? And those people are much easier to compete with. And when you were talking to me earlier about just how bad the situation has become in terms of everyone rugging everyone else, I feel that if you have something beyond like an individual relationship, like if I know the name of your children, it is probably much harder for me to rug you, right? And it's harder for me to compete with you and kill you. I feel that like if you can scale things in units of Dunbar's number, maybe that would work. But like I almost feel like trust architecture might be an oxymoron at certain times. So I'm very interested in what you guys who know more about this than me think like what trust architecture looks like, because that for me is the barrier to real institutional capital getting involved in these things.
Yeah, I think certainly something we've been talking about. So we're thinking about like venture DAOs, like how do we essentially activate capital in a way that might be different to the very sort of like, let's just invest in things to make number go up, basically. Let's just put money where makes more money. What about if we invest in something that leverages collective intelligence to scale up the impact, the transformation that might happen? And I think this is one I would like to get just to plant a seed of thought in your head. DAOs don't necessarily have to be these grand scale things. I think along with the reasons why we've failed a lot of the time is we're bringing this kind of Web 2 attitude, which is all about daily active users, like just pumping numbers, right? We've gone through this idea of we need millions of users. We need, that's what makes good things happen, right? Like number of daily active users. Let's get that number as high as possible. Or actually you might have much higher impact aiming for a smaller group, which is around Dunbar's number, or like, I think the metaphor we've been using, we've not managed to crack working together as a village, but we've been trying to build cities, right? Everyone's talking about states, network states, but we haven't cracked the village yet. You know, we've not cracked this low scale number. So don't be afraid of like building trust remember it's socio-technical systems. So what you're talking about there, Tom, is like the social dynamic of trust that holds that game together is part of the trust architecture. You can't just do it with tech. There's always a game where it can just collapse because someone runs off with the money. You need you need real trust, like real human trust. So it's about discovering the synthesis of humanity and technology. That's largely the game we're in.
How do you think about that particular problem? And so it's not a tech solution necessarily. It's a social, it's culture, etc.
Yep.
How do you think about, and for all of you, how do you think about instilling that in people or in culture? How do we grow that idea?
I mean, thinking back on a lot of experiments I've seen in the Web3 space in 6 or 7 years I've been in it, I think one thing we maybe don't do enough is kind of embracing the chaos and pain of emergence, which we were talking about before, Nick. Like it takes work and retraining our kind of compulsions towards like what item is on your resume, what can you offer me, what are you bringing to this collaboration, to really like lead with our hearts, lead with our interests. And I know that probably sounds a bit naive. It is naive, but like that's how we're going to have to coordinate for a future like this to work, to have architectures that incorporate trust. And you know, part of the problem with using just money to mediate these collaborations is that it becomes very easy to exploit them. But if we can create better decision-making tools, I keep using the word coordination, but it is basically what DAOs are for. And as you say, start the experiments small and start them with a social trust and then kind of scale up to more complex technical systems, then I think it's the best shot we have. But the problem I see with a lot of DAOs is that they don't start with that set of assumptions. They kind of start by treating them like a business, or they start with an absolutely massive amount of capital that gets distorted or exploited, and then people kind of throw it out as a failure. It's like we have to start somewhere very small, smaller than most of us have been willing to start, I think.
And I think to build on that, again, it may sound naive, but like the output of the DAO cannot be solely money, right? If it comes as a side effect of something else, great. But the moment the output is something, even something abstract, you know, I've talked about forever, but if it's something abstract, people will optimize for that abstract variable. So I think there needs to be an output of the DAO that is more valuable than money. Again, as naive as that probably sounds, but if you're going to get binned out of a community that, I'll give you one example. I feel that like one thing that a lot of people of, you know, roughly the age of everyone here, one thing they want is genuine personal growth. And I think that's more appealing to people than sometimes even like straight cash itself. And if the idea is you can find a community of like-minded individuals that are interested in genuine personal growth so that you can build value beyond abstraction, a value that's intrinsic to you, that is not just based on, again, abstract resume skills. The pain of being thrown out of that community will possibly be greater than any kind of financial gain you can extract from that community in your time there. And I think that is the way that we need to think about these organizations, because otherwise I don't see how they succeed at any scale.
I think you're looking for alignment. I mean, so we kind of got stuck into this direct democracy idea. So like one coin, one vote is rather inefficient system for reaching alignment. So we just like, shall we do this, yes or no? It's really crude and a sort of low-level alignment, really. So DAOs really need to move beyond that. And I think the best DAOs I've seen happen are actually just a group of people who understand each other and they're back-channeling it, talking and reaching real alignment. So finding a group of people, building real alignment, and then scaling out from it rather than trying to just like go and get as many people in as possible straight away. So I think alignment is really important, sort of the cultural dynamic. And what I would suggest is, and like challenge yourselves with doing this, just go and do it. Go and find a group of people, might be 2, 3, 4, put some money into a multi-sig, don't have to start with DAO tech yet, and govern it together. It can be a 50, 100 bucks, doesn't matter, just any small amount of money, so enough that you can do something with it, and then go through the process of actually deciding together what you're going to do with that money. What you've done is just abstract this thing into a shared resource. Now we've got a shared resource that we've got to decide what to do together with. That's really the practice of DAOs. See and experience the pain of doing that with a small number of people, starting from, I don't know what we're going to do, to doing something with it, and starting there and building out from that experience. It's a really interesting exercise and is really the precursor of building any kind of large-scale decentralized organization. A lot of people trying to shoot for, let's coordinate 10,000 people before ever actually trying to do it themselves together. So really go through the, don't overthink things. It is emergent, right? So it is like, you don't really, a real DAO will end up in a direction radically different from where it started. So a real DAO will just like roam around and do things that it didn't initially set out to do because it's decentralized, because it's got a pluralistic approach to doing things. So yeah, allow emergence to happen, but just really, it's all about the practice and allowing emergence to take place and allowing conflict to take place. So I sort of realized last night that one of the inherent features of DAO, one of the inherent features of decentralization is drama. So you can spot real decentralization is happening, not like pretend decentralization of like actually this centralized company is doing it all, because there's conflict, because there is drama is actually a key indicator that real decentralization is happening. So don't be afraid of it, and that's yeah, encourage it. In fact, that's what you want to see.
Yeah, and the smaller the feedback loop you can turn into a positive feedback loop, then you start to draw the right people to it naturally, right? And
absolutely,
it can scale more naturally from that place if you've perfected it on a smaller scale. I think we lose sight of that a lot, and as you say, trying to go all the way to the 10,000 people.
Yeah, cool. I like that. I mean, on that note, I mean, Nick, so you gave a very actionable recommendation for people to try on their own. Mally and Tom, any other kind of like parting thoughts as we're finishing up here about what people can do or think about on their own to try to like harness our collective intelligence and sort of plant the seeds for all of us?
I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I've got like quite a specific personal mission, which was that I was on Wall Street and then I went through a pretty catastrophically badly executed midlife transition. And throughout that process, I realized there's a gargantuan amount of wasted talent around people in midlife that don't have containers and chrysalises within which they can undergo meaningful personal transformation. And I personally believe that even if DAOs don't provide economic safety for people undergo those transitions, they can provide community. And that's something that we've been spending a lot of time talking about ourselves, which is that like, okay, you're not in this alone. And how are you going to be able to find resources through this transition? And I do believe that not only will people pay a lot of money for that, it's something that's going to be generationally important as we go through this grand societal transition. And I think that the coin of the realm in this is curiosity, that basically people's curiosity starts to signal when they need to go into a different subject area or a different mode of being. And if you don't have the freedom to pursue your curiosity, you're going to get stuck in that local optimum for a very long time. And I believe that the mechanisms that we're talking about today can actually connect us to that collective intelligence.
Yeah, heartily co-sign, very much want to live in that future. And I guess maybe what I'd add to it is, especially working in a space like Web3 where things change really fast, where the market moves around a lot, like it takes real discipline to nurture one's own curiosity and to lean into our interests, be willing to be not just an intellectual person, but a spiritual person and a whole social person. And I see a lot of us getting kind of stuck in our tunnels of productivity at the expense of like, if you're going to work in a space as chaotic as this, and especially like try to make DAOs work, then like think about the point of it for you, and don't lose sight of how many resources are out there, and the fact that it's easier than ever to find people who care about the same weird thing you do. I think it's I think Web3 especially can sometimes lose sight of the vision, the point, and there's no use in that. So follow your curiosity.
Follow your curiosity. Nick, any closing thoughts?
Yeah, I want this exercise like we call Imagine DAOs. I want you just get into the practice of imagining what you could do with a DAO. Doesn't mean you have to do it. Doesn't mean it has to be something you need to execute. But do it with some mates. Imagine what it could be. I think the grand sort of end game for all this, for me, is that we end up with like hundreds of millions of people working in DAOs globally, and those DAOs can interact with one another and problem solve together. Like, imagine a world where you've got 100 million people actually solving problems together. Like, what would happen? And I think it could be incredibly globally transformative if we manage to do it. So yeah, work on DAOs. It's probably the most important aspect of this industry. It's the meta primitive that synthesizes all the other stuff together, because the glue is governance. And yeah, work on it and try and do some cool stuff with it. Start small and grow it up.
Try the tools.
Amazing.
Make them better.
Do it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nick, Melly, Tom, thank you so much.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you all.
Amazing time management.
Please welcome our MC to the stage, Near Foundation's David Morrison.
All right. All right. Whoa. Hello. Okay, we're live. Listen, the next one is such a big one. I'm going to take my ecstasy early. So I'll be probably well and truly gone before the event tonight. But we do have an incredible panel on NFTs in the NEAR ecosystem, and you'll learn why they are more than just terrible profile pictures 99% of the time. So I would like to welcome Jason, and I'm sorry, Jason, I should have asked how to pronounce your last name. Desimorn? Yeah? To the stage to introduce the panel. Give him a big round of applause.
Hey guys, excited to be here. Thanks for the warm introduction. So yeah, today we'll be talking about NFTs in the NEAR ecosystem, shaping digital interactions and societal impact. So joining me on stage, we have Amal, we have Wilson, and we have Stipe. All right, guys, so before we jump in, thanks to everyone for coming here. Huge supporters of NEAR and what's being built. Incredible conference so far. So I think it's best to start this off by giving brief introductions to everyone here and what they're building. I'll start with myself, and then we'll pass it down. My name's Jason. I'm the founder of Rove. We built a mobile app for NFT ticketing and loyalty rewards, specifically targeting brands and artists. This is an app approved for the App Store, so it's really meant to appeal to the mainstream and not just Web3 natives. We're multi-chain on both Solana and NEAR, and have a lot of experience with NEAR, and once again, huge supporters of the ecosystem. So really excited to discuss the future of NFTs and how this shapes interactions both in Web3 and Web2.
Awesome. My name is Amal. I am the Director of Development at Shiny Gloves Club. Shiny Gloves Club is a nonprofit which is revolutionizing the approach to education by implementing technology and giving children the freedom to choose what they're learning based on their interests. Right now, we have been jumping into the NFT space through artwork and allowing our kids to create artwork, which is minted and is on Mintbase's C1's Mintbase store. And through fundraising, through the sale of the artwork, the school is then able to bring more programs, do more things for the kids. The proceeds come back to the school and to the kids. So we are hoping to enter the NEAR space in the future, but we are not on NEAR at this point.
Hello, friends. My name is Wilson, founder of the Fun Pass. We're a loyalty platform for metaverse players. So in essence, we help brands get into Roblox, Minecraft, Fortnite, and the likes. Thus far, we've generated more than 30 million in secondary sales through our NFTs, more than 10,000 MAU, and just really excited to be able to come and talk to you guys about NFTs and the state of the market.
Hi, I'm Stipe. I'm running the Stoneblock. It's a blockchain hub and a venture builder. One of the projects we are very proud on and we are building is connected with both NEAR ecosystem and NFTs. It's endemic. It's NFT marketplace for the social NFT marketplace for the high-end art. I will speak about our edges there, how we are actually, what we were doing, how we are actually going on also on a main stage in that regard, and what specific features we developed already and how we are going to promote it during our talk today. And thank you, all of you, to be present here with us.
All right. Yeah, so jumping right in, you see a kind of diverse perspectives here on what NFTs could be used for, whether that's empowering individuals through art, access to the metaverse and other digital experiences, and social impact marketplaces, as well as what we're doing on sort of the ticketing and loyalty side with brands and artists. So I guess I think it would be interesting to start this with more of a philosophical question of what NFTs really mean to the panelists up here, because we've seen a lot of different iterations in this space dating back to the bull market of 2021, and then I think a lot of progress during the bear market, when it wasn't just about price speculation and PFPs, but we start to see more robust use cases for NFTs. So I would like to go down, I guess we could start with Stipe and work it this way, but like what NFTs kind of really mean for everyone up here as a good starting point before we get into where the space is headed.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. So from my perspective, what we were doing kind of in a previous cycle, I'm macroeconomist, so I always like when I'm doing some kind of analysis, I like to start from that point of view. So in my opinion, in previous cycles, we were kind of very concentrated, and we were developing the industry, the infrastructure, and the kind of the major accent was about the protocols. And what's now always ahead of the next cycle, everyone is asking what is going to be next trend. You know, we always kind of try to work in some area which is most fruitful. So in that regard, my opinion, and what we are kind of concerned the most in the Stoneblock, I think in the next cycle we will see much major utility and much major usage. And of course, how we are going to approach that is by applications. In my opinion, in most of the cases, how we can use technology and how we can use applications. That is exact with NFTs. So we will see the broad kind of phrase and usage of it in the next cycle, whether that is in kind of art, it is in gaming, or whatever. But in my opinion, kind of protocols are good. Number of them is kind of high enough. We don't need kind of more kind of protocols and those things. Infrastructure, I think it's already kind of settled enough. It's robust enough. So, you know, what we now do kind of in this very moment, we need kind of usage, and in some kind of forecast, it's about 300 million and to 400 million people using kind of the Web3 industry. What I mean there is kind of they made some kind of on-chain transactions, so they are kind of included in the market and they are familiar with the technology. And in next cycle, what we are about to do it as kind of someone who is building and who is actually doing on the from this side of the industry, we need kind of to offer sometimes to the high-end for the end users, to the kind of to the mainstream users. And as I said, it's going to be mostly with applications. Is the kind of the most product which will be kind of which will raise now and will have kind of usage is applications and NFTs. How we are exactly doing that in endemic kind of, I will just, is it okay, Jason, to go with that or to keep with this topic?
We'll probably get to that in a second. So yeah, just to keep it going.
Okay, of course.
Wilson.
So for me, NFTs is not a product. It's more of a feature set. In the last cycle, we see NFTs. A lot of people position NFTs as a product, bring it to marketplace. So a lot of people speculate it and invest as if it was a product. But the true definition of an NFT is a non-fungible token, and it should be acted as such, which is a feature that authenticates. And especially in today's world where we don't know what's real anymore, with AI being at its like infancy, and it's already so good at not allowing us to see what's real and what's not real. The way that we can differentiate what's real in the digital world is through these non-fungible tokens. And so I think this is a really important technology that allows us to build products that can actually become a solution to someone's problem while authenticating it through NFTs. And we're just applying this technology to the loyalty system to authenticate and to be able to bridge the gap between the brands and the metaverse players that is suspected to be able to hit more than 1 billion users in 2030.
To me, NFTs represent, in a philosophical term or way of thinking, it represents for humanity a transition from an even further transition from analog to digital. And through NFTs, we're able to, like you said, authenticate and keep record of the things that we're doing in the digital space. I think that it comes at a time where we're not so sure about how deeply we want to be in the digital space. There's still so many questions that we as humans ask ourselves and ponder in terms of technology. And I think fear is probably some of what motivated a downward spiral for NFTs. But I think as we further understand what it is that we want as people and what it is that we're trying to build, and we see that we're not moving back away from digital, we're only moving forward towards it. I think NFTs are important to help us to navigate that digital space and keep things safe?
Amazing answers. I think it's really important as a way to ground this conversation. Where I think it's important to go to next is the reason we're all here, right? I know not everyone on stage is built on Near, but I think two of us, myself and Wilson, are right now. Looks like Stipe is going to be integrating it as well as, you know, Amal. But I think it's great. It's important for us to focus on why Near. What specifically about this blockchain is a differentiator when it comes to NFTs? I might actually just kick this off really briefly, and then the rest of the panel can speak more. But I think Near provides the infrastructure for seamless sort of transactions and interaction on-chain, which is important when you're not just dealing with crypto natives in Web3, but trying to branch out into Web2. So like I said in the beginning, we're a mobile app in the App Store, and we abstract away a lot of the traditional friction. So you don't even actually realize that you're dealing with crypto or interacting with the blockchain. And a lot of that is possible because there are certain chains that allow for that. One of those is Near, especially with their blockchain operating system and some of this stuff they're building. And I know that is Near's overarching goal, right, is to like onboard the next billion users and focus on enterprise. So they're doing a great job there. That's at least our stance on it. I'm sure each panelist has a different take, but I would like to ask everyone's perspective on why Near, even if you're not necessarily using it so far, but based on what you know and why you're at this conference.
Yeah. For me, it's simple. Why Near is because we're not on Near. We're a nonprofit, and we're here speaking at this conference, and that I think that speaks to the quality and the type of company that Near is. And I think I want to work with a company. I think I want to work with someone that isn't trying to only include those that invest in it or work with it. This feels inclusive, and I want to work with Near for that reason.
On the same vein of what Amal was saying, the culture within Near is just incredible. Out of this entire Near team, like I've probably met 12, 15 of them, and each one of them, the culture is just so aligned. Everyone is just supportive, and it's very different from the very regular type of crypto chains and whatnot. And so for us, that was a really big differentiating factor amongst choosing Polygon, all the other chains, Avalanche and whatnot. So when we were shopping around for a blockchain to power our application, that was one of the big thing that we wanted to really consider. Do we want to become like a small fish in this giant pond, like for example Polygon, with very little support, or do we want to be able to be recognized as a true builder and as a true founder that can make an impact in the world? And this is clearly an answer for us, that Near was that system. More importantly, when we first onboarded with Near, to Jason's point about the B.O.S. that just launched, the idea of an open web was really important for us to be able to actually have the transparency and interoperability and having it so anyone can plug in, permissionless, like all these buzzwords that are coming in. But it's true, because if you gate your access, how are you going to be able to attract brilliant minds to come and build with you? And that was really our philosophy when it comes down to choosing a chain to work with, is that it has to have that potential of this hockey stick curve of adaptability. And for us, we're taking our bet with Near.
Yeah, so Jason, you was partly right, because we are also kind of part of the Near family. We have some projects running on Near or working with Near, even endemic. We were on the very start backed by Near. That was a kind of part of the previous cycle when Near was super popular. What I specifically like there, I think all of three mentioned that it's a culture. They have kind of really good culture. I appreciate that. What I also like, I think Jason mentioned that, that is a Web2 user interface. They had that in the previous cycle, and I think that is one of their edge. And I will kind of make analogy to what I mentioned just before. It is kind of super important to attract the previous the mainstream users, and that is some term we can see very often now in a Web3. We call it Web 2.5 because we're going a step backward just to actually attract more users. Not maybe it's not very correct word, attract to actually make them easier to use, because with that kind of Web 2 experience, they are kind of all of us, all of actually people around, they have kind of Google accounts and they are very familiar to use it. And I think in some point we will use it, very simultaneously with just, face recognition. It's not going to be need, with all those passwords. It's going to be much better user experience. And I think it was some kind of edge from Near side, and I think they should continue using that, because as I also spoke about a lot of protocols we have on our disposal, I think Near should have some kind of niche they can be concentrate on, and so the users can actually recognize them there. And if you kind of mention that kind of niche, you should be just it's Near, because in maybe this point every one of us would like to do everything. And I also in my hub, we are kind of in this moment NFTs are attractive. Later it's artificial intelligence. Later it's machine learning and those things. But you should know what is your age, who are your user, what is your product, and kind of it's a long-term path. It's not just couple of months or 1 year or 2 year. You should be kind of really dedicated, because it also takes time for your users, for kind of the broad people around to be, when they say some word, they know it's you. So the brand recognition it should be oriented like that. So I think it's kind of it would be the good path for the Near actually to find it and to maintain with it, because and last but not least, in some point when we are going to be multi-chain, as also it's a kind of it's no important anymore which chain you use, because it's going to be interacting in behind all together. So it's going to be all connected. So it's on the end it's again about the community, the perspectives where you are going to hold it, but we will communicate all together between us.
I think that was a great segue by Stipe, kind of into where we're actually getting with all this. So we started with what NFTs are. We heard some great responses, whether that's sort of bridging the physical and the digital analog by Amal, whether that's this kind of tool, this gateway into the to the social impact and how we could really transition, or whether, as Wilson said, it's really this authentication mechanism, right? These are all great answers about what NFTs are, and the fact that we had 3 such distinct answers, I think shows about the possibilities of what this technology can be. So we all know, everyone who's been here a few years knows the progression from an insane bull market last cycle to a very prolonged bear market. But during that, there was a lot of building and infrastructure created, as I mentioned before. So I think a great way to really frame this is for everyone up here to talk about where we see NFTs headed. That could either be in respects to what we're each building, or just in general, what applications are coming out that we're excited about, and framing it within digital interactions and societal impact, and where this could kind of get us. So I'll switch up the order a little bit if, Wilson, you want to start with this.
Yeah,
and then
totally.
we could probably go Stipe and Amal.
Let's do that. So I feel like the state of NFTs are going to be completely different as we enter the next cycle, that it's very unrecognizable. The days of PFPs, 10K PFP collections are, in my opinion, long gone. We're all a lot smarter than that. Or rather, we've been burnt enough to know that, oh man, this is not okay. Nonetheless, I think that as we move forward, my philosophy of NFTs being an authentication layer or feature still remains really true. We would see as the ownership of, for example, real estate, cars, anything of value in the real world could be tokenized through NFTs, because there's no reason for it not to be. For the convenience level, for the liquidity level, for authentication level. You don't need to go to your safety deposit box to find that, you know, the authentication slip anymore, because everything's going to be on chain. And through that, you can tokenize it, you can be able to transfer it, sell it, and whatnot. And I think that is only one way of utility that NFTs really unlock. And the other part for us that we're really focusing on is the loyalty piece as a membership. And I think that's something that we share a lot in terms of our vision about how NFTs would allow us to unlock a lot of utility to different types of users. For us, we focus on bringing value to the metaverse players. And yeah, that's how I see where we're heading.
Amazing. Stipe.
Yeah, thank you. I mentioned already on the very start that I see kind of the whole next cycle is going to be concentrated on usage, and how we are going to approach that usage is by applications, and what is going to be there is the mostly NFTs, because kind of the main points of the Web3 it's about decentralization and ownership, and how you can consummate the both of them. In my opinion, it's with NFTs. So what Wilson just said, whether that is going to be with your kind of ownership of your apartment, or whether it's going to be ownership of your watch or car, whatever, or in example of the endemic for the art, that kind of property rights and digital ownership is something what we kind of really can expect in the future. What just Wilson and myself have been speaking now in advance, because the whole new generation of people they don't recognize anymore nothing physical. They are not kind of familiar with nothing physical. They are born and raised in kind of digital world. So in their opinion, I'm kind of both. I will maybe easier to explain you something what I can. I'm both physical and digital collector in art, and we are maybe the last kind of that kind of people who are kind of I will call it hybrids. We can actually be living in a both world. We still kind of have a roots to that kind of physical, but we are kind of we are not old enough, so we can still kind of are also included in this kind of the new world. But the whole new population of the kind of people. They are not interested anymore what is kind of in real world. They're kind of they much more care about their perspective and their image kind of on the social networks than kind of in the real. They even some of them they don't know to behave kind of in the real world. They're kind of the most important is how much likes, how much interactions you have, and from that perspective, kind of decentralize and actually have ownership and rights on those assets. Like and for example for the pictures. If you take example of the social networks, all of them they are centralized. You own nothing, and with the Web3 kind of you own every piece of your picture interaction. You can sell it later. You can exchange it with someone. You can use it for some kind of other good or some kind of other asset. So that is a point. For example, it was a question with now. I'm good.
Yeah,
I can continue if you want, but we are
yeah,
short with time.
I just want to make sure we have one more question.
Of course, yeah.
But you could probably actually hit this on the last question.
No problem.
Amal, you want to?
Oh, sure. I think that for us at Shiny Gloves, NFTs have really opened up the world for our kids. For them, they're able to create something and reach someone light years away in their mind. And I think what's next for them, they're interested in writing code. They want to know how it works behind the scenes. And they want to build it. They want to do everything. So for us at Shiny Gloves Club, I think what's next for NFTs kind of is steeped in this next generation that's growing and learning about it, and I don't know what they're going to create and what's going to come out of come from their minds and what impact they're going to choose to make on the world with this technology. But I think that it's going to be really interesting, and I think that um, marginalized communities around the world with the access to technology will make a great difference in the world we live in.
Amazing. One more. So we have like around 5 minutes left. I just wanted to make sure that we got this last question, and that was great responses from everyone. So I was actually talking to Wilson right before we got on about sort of managing a community and setting expectations and still trying to build for the future and how difficult that could be. I think we have a wealth of knowledge with everyone on stage here, and I would like to give each panelist an opportunity to give one piece of advice to you guys, whether that's speaking as founders or potentially NFT collectors or just being in the space for a while, whatever you guys kind of want. But one thing to part to everyone who's listening or will be listening to this that I think everyone could benefit from. So we have a little under 4 minutes. So if we could keep this to like a minute and a half each would be amazing. We could start with you, Amal.
Sure. A piece of advice from me to you is to pay it forward. I think that working in the nonprofit sector, working with a nonprofit, has really shown me or exposed me to the impact technology has made and can make on the minds and lives of our youth today. And I don't think we should take it lightly that educating our youth really directly impacts us and the world that we live in. So that's my advice to everyone, pay it forward.
Oh, by the way, first of all, I just want to commend you and give you a proper applause of bringing hope to the people with Shiny Glove.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
That's
like
awesome.
what you talked about, like what NFTs mean to them is like hope, like
it is,
which they wouldn't have had. Right? So
honestly,
I think that's why the gentleman over there was applauding.
Oh.
And it's like you definitely deserve that. So
oh, thank
yeah,
you.
for sure. Yeah, so for me, the biggest piece of advice that I want to be able to give and share is be authentic, be who you are. People smell that from like 10 miles away of who you're not. And if you're trying to be someone that you're not, nothing will ever work. Whether it's you trying to start a community, whether you're trying to start a project, you can share as passionately as possible if it's something that is true to you, and you're going to move the right hearts. Every single time that I have gone against that value of mine, core value, because of something so silly, I always get burnt. Whether it's for that, extra, just cutting corners that we all try to do here and there, it never works, right? So I think especially when you are creating something in this environment that touches so many different people, every time you cut corners, the impact gets magnified so much faster. And I think that's through and through, it's a huge lesson for us.
Yeah, thanks. My kind of advice would be keep building, because it's a lot of you here from the various industries and various kind of backgrounds. So it's someone is sort of marketing, someone is developer, someone is founder, someone is team member, whatever. So it's kind of you all kind of have kind of some different obligations and different expectations in your teams, or whether you are just someone who is enthusiastic. So yeah, keep building, keep improving the technology, keep improving the area, because we are the ones who are also responsible how actually the world is going to look like in some periods. So we are the ones who is going to actually make it good and make it kind of good for usage, and we are the ones who are going to make better world, or kind of the world where we would like to actually keep for next generation. So keep building, and we should kind of do it good, and we should kind of do it in a measure for everyone.
I like that.
Thank you so much to all the panelists and for everyone listening. And yeah, I think that's really important to keep building, especially as we hopefully approach the next cycle, but we build towards the future. So thanks a lot, guys, for tuning in.
Thank you.
Please welcome our MC to the stage, Near Foundation's David Morrison.
The fucking ecstasy's kicking in. So if your ecstasy's kicking in as well, then you need to go home, get showered, get ready for the party tonight. You can check the location on the NEARCON app, nearcon.app. You can continue to earn NCON throughout the event tomorrow and Friday. And I just want to say a huge thank you to each and every person who has attended all the talks, been to all the venues throughout NEARCON Day 1. I will see you here bright and early tomorrow. Probably not that early because you'll be hungover, but I'll see you here tomorrow nonetheless. Thank you very much. Good night. God bless.